There's no pictures. If everyone would take their seat, please.
Yes, there's one for you and one for Ben.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this special Ways and Means meeting. We're going to discuss the budget. And join with me, if you would, in reciting the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Well, this morning, we're going to talk about our capital improvement program and expenses. It's a short agenda, but I think we're going to have a lot of information. We're not here today to vote on any cuts. We're going to discuss a lot of things. The cuts are coming, but we want to get information, and more information will be coming over the next few weeks and months. So today, we're going to ask questions, get clarification, and this is just the first step in this process. So if we can get started. Connie, you want to take it over from here?
Agenda.
Oh, yes, that's right. We have some operational things to do, won't we?
Support.
Okay, agenda's moved and supported. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposition? All righty. We have at this moment limited public comment, and we will have another limited public comment towards the end of the meeting. So if you'd like to speak to us, come to the podium, state your name. You have about 3 minutes.
3 minutes, I'll make it fast. Hi, my name is Rhonda Shopper, and I'm a resident of Eaton County, contrary to popular belief. I want to say today that I am also known as, I've been called a cult member, a cult leader. In this very room, I was called a social media Nazi. I have also seen on Facebook that I have supposedly threatened people. I won't waste my time or effort or energy to harass or threaten anyone, so I do not appreciate the false allegation. I come here today because there is something that has been really nagging at me. People, when we created Eaton County United, I had people, current and former employees, reach out to me and tell me problems that are in this county. One of them, I had a person say, please expose them for the frauds they are. And that really made me nervous. I've sat on this for at least 2 months. I was told that the Sheriff's Department purchased the Sig Sauer, knowing full well that it had a malfunctioning issue and that there were lawsuits, and I had to research that. And in March of this year, 1 month ago, there are still 22 lawsuits in 16 states. Washington State in February has completely banned that particular Sig Sauer. These people were telling me that they had filed grievances, that there were issues, and they were not heard. Now, my feeling is it's rather hypocritical to know that there is a weapon in the hands of the officers that has the potential to malfunction. Every weapon does, but this one has multiple lawsuits. And to say that you're worried about public safety, in my opinion, from everyone that I spoke with, they didn't leave because of low wages. They left because not only was their job a high-risk position, but it's been elevated. They don't want to have something go off, accidentally shoot somebody, and then be accused. I am all about the Second Amendment. I believe in people having guns. I don't have a problem. It's the malfunctioning that is the issue. And when people are coming to me, total strangers, not friends, it was strangers saying, please help us. That's why I'm voting no. That is one of the main reasons. The budget, and when I heard that the last month's audit was told, oh, well, we had a good budget. 1 year does not make a trend. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Sorry.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Christensen. I'm a citizen of the city of Charlotte. Just want to give a little insight on some of what was just said. I was actually watching your YouTube broadcast when my wife, Commissioner Christensen, actually made that comment. And while the comment was clearly made, I just want to remind everyone, there was no names attached to that comment whatsoever. Not a one, no one's name was listed. So just to be clear, if someone feels that they were attacking them, then if the shoe fits, they must wear it. It's that simple. I don't envy what you all have to start talking about today at all. I just continue to shake my head in disgust at the attacks on department heads and employees of this county. Just because someone has an issue with a department, I don't feel gives them a license to attack all departments, or anyone for that matter. There's a proper procedure to go through. There's a grievance. If you want to come and say something about something, you come up here and do it. You don't do it through social media. So I wish you all the best. I hope that this is as painless as you can possibly make it. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, there will be another Mr. Berlin.
Okay, we're talking about, going to be talking about some of the budget today? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm Bruce Barland, Windsor Township. And E-Tran started, what, 15 years ago or so? It's a question.
We can't respond, Bruce.
Okay. But E-Tran spends a lot of tax money on their buses, hiring people, et cetera, to run E-Tran. I would like to see, and at the same time that E-Tran started, we got rid of taxi drivers. You know, individuals running around, picking people up and taking them to et cetera. And it would seem like that would be the way to go, again, to backtrack, get rid of E-Tran, get rid of all those buses, and, you know, sell them. Get rid of the buses and go back to taxis. When I was a kid growing up, our neighbor, and I'm talking when I was, well, it was a long time ago, would call us and ask for a ride to the doctor, or a ride to the grocery store, or a ride to somewhere. And we'd do it. No cost, no obligation. But E-Tran is costing taxpayers lots of money, I believe, and it's time to maybe get rid of it and go back to private enterprise. I have other issues, but we'll let that go for now. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Didn't plan to speak, but I feel the need to. Chris Coleman, obviously a resident of Eaton County, and you all know my role. I'm a captain at the sheriff's office. Gosh, where do I begin? Want to highlight and just say thank you to our hardworking deputies, our hardworking staff, who have been going through tough times at the county for years. Yet they're dedicated, they show up, they do their job. It's thankless at times. And they do things even though decisions are made that are beyond their control. The decisions that they're being faulted for, they do not make. That is made way above them by people in this room and people outside of it. But they continue to show up, they continue to patrol the streets. Public safety is important, it's paramount. Any community across the nation, it's paramount. It's needed in Eaton County. And honestly, I just want to highlight them and say thank you to them. They don't hear it enough. They are the leaders here when it comes to public safety. When they're out there in the patrol cars, answering the calls, doing everything that they need to do. It's thankless, it's not appreciated. They still show up, they still do it, they still give their best. We have some of the best people in the state of Michigan wearing that uniform. And I'll go to bat for them every day of the week. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. There will be another opportunity at the end of the meeting for further public comment. All right, we are at item 5, our 25-26 budget. And as I said earlier, this is just getting information today, talking about capital improvement and our where we're going from here. I've got a couple questions here that I just want to highlight. And the first is, what is the current projected budget deficit in the next fiscal year, which is just a short term. We're looking just a few months down the road. But what it looks like financially for us just to get things in order here, the physical things of the building, the campus, that sort of thing. Question number 2 is, which departments or services are driving the majority of our expenditures, and how have their costs changed over the last 3 to 5 years and maybe 10 years? So we've all seen prices go up, so we're fully aware of that in our own personal lives. And finally, if we eliminate a service like planning and zoning, who picks up the torch in other communities? So those are just some questions to think about, and certainly you'll have the opportunity with your own questions. So Connie, if you're ready.
I am. We provided, first I'll just start by saying, yes, I can talk first.
Listen.
I just wanted to address the packet. First of all, it's a large packet. You'll see we started with the capital improvement plan, which was a large undertaking. And that plan, Ben worked on a lot, Logan Bailey, Chad Powers, Facilities Management, and Eric Daly from Technology Services worked on that extensively. So Ben is going to work on that and talk about it along with Eric and Chad this morning. But along with that is a breakdown. It's kind of like a little memo that talks about mandated and non-mandated services. So it's been a topic of discussion at the county for years, right? What is your mandated service? I've been saying it all along. What's a serviceable level? What's necessary to do in order to have government function at the county level? We talk about state mandates. You talk about a board mandate by setting an ordinance, an agreement with another entity, things like that that kind of tie your hands in what you're doing. So there's a lot of information there, but I want you to know that in that document, there's not information. It's not like the end-all be-all. There'll be a lot more information provided, and we'll go through a little bit more on that later. There's a breakdown in there about personnel, ancillary costs for each department, and then we tried to work through that. Melissa's going to go through that, finance director, to show that these are offices that have a general fund impact and offices that are funded either through another revenue source, whether it be grant or millage funds. So I'm telling you all this because this is an extensive explanation, but it's not a time for commissioners to have to ask a lot of questions. It's more for you to get information, not go through line by line in relationship to each request. So like an office supply line item, we can do that later. And what you'll really need for that is to talk to the departments. Presentations by departments are usually done in June. Our schedule may change, and those would happen earlier. But what our plan to do with mandated and non-mandated services is to have departments go through an exercise on that. And then we'll provide that to commissioners and the public to see. But then we'll also follow that up as needed with a review by legal counsel, so that you all know in decision-making whether or not something truly is mandated and not mandated, with court cases that support that. So again, you're not going to hear from departments, and I want to say to departments and employees, what you're seeing here, here today is a start. So departments provided information. I reviewed it and Melissa reviewed it, but not for detail where we walked through it with the department and said, could you cut here, could you cut there? That comes later. But this is to give you the opportunity to see what their requests are. It doesn't include any increases for salaries, so you're not going to see an inflation there. And the projection that you'll see does not carry out any increases. Let's see. Ask questions, but questions that will allow departments to think, right? So that they know what you're looking for, but not, again, necessarily dollar for dollar, because we're not to that point. You're going to have to make the determination whether it's a service that you're eliminating that has a dollar value that's large, or a dollar value that's not, and impactful necessarily to the budget. With that, I think I'll let Ben lead off on capital improvement, just to give you some background on what capital improvement is. Chad and Eric will do the same thing. This is an extremely important piece to what you're going to use to make decisions. I say that because the county has done what we call a public improvement fund. And you've seen it before. You see Chad come up and give the presentation on it each month to tell us where we are. I believe this year we budgeted $10,000, and that's it? Was it 40? Okay, 40,000 for simple fixes here and there. But we didn't budget, and we did not adopt the capital improvement plan that was presented last year because we couldn't. We couldn't say what we were going to do in this year because it was going to be zero. And then for you to say we're going to do these in the next years would not have been a genuine budgeting process, right? But I'm going to ask that you do that this year, because you're at a point now when you have to make decisions on our infrastructure and our technology and anything else. So this is in front of you. I will tell you, we have talked when we've been going through the bonding process for drains. This is something that they look for. In our call this week with Standard & Poor's on the bank drain, that's one of the questions that they asked. Where are you? We've provided this documentation from last year, indicating it wasn't adopted. So they are looking for what you're adopting, and they're also looking for what I've told you for the last year or two, policies, right? Fund balance policy, debt policy, any other policy that helps guide you into the future and any future boards. So with that, I'll let Ben lead off capital improvement.
All right. And so Eric and Chad, I'll probably similarly just go through the large document. It's about 30 pages long, give an overview of how it's structured, and then when it comes to the meat and potatoes of the applicable sections, directors will come up and speak to theirs. All right, so for those following us at home, let me scroll down. So this is our draft capital improvement program. capital improvement plan. They're often synonymous. Program, I think, is by statute. Starts off with an executive summary. If you're pressed for time, this is where you go. It gives a high-level overview of what the expenditures over the next 6 years look like, and kind of like Connie talked about, this, for anybody who's curious what kind of costs infrastructure are going to do to the general fund, this is what you look at the 6-year outlook. And obviously deferrals, which has been kind of the mantra at Eaton County, is only sustainable up to a certain point, and as our average building age and as our infrastructure ages, we are reaching that critical point. The next piece, these tables here break down, first is the facilities management budget. It's broken into 2 categories: ongoing maintenance, which is money that we've historically set aside in the Public Improvement Fund, like Connie talked about, and then the capital improvement program, our expenditures over $25,000 that we anticipate over the next 6 years. And then we break down of the allocation between those 2 types of planning, how much we think is going to be general fund and how much would be paid for like by central dispatch or by dedicated millages, right? So that you get a sense, the obligation to the general fund. Similarly, and then at the bottom, we added this year a proportion so you can see of what we are anticipating spending for this department to be, how much of that is dedicated to over $25,000 expenses versus ongoing maintenance. We did the same with facilities management. Well, sorry, we were on facilities, now we're on tech services, and similarly, I will say, for some of these pieces, there's a lot of information here, but there are things that we do have to protect, right? So giving locations to facilities that should not be open to the public, right? That's not going to be in our capital improvement plan. Information about how to make the county susceptible to cyber attack, not going to be in our capital improvement plan, but we will provide as much information so folks can see how we're planning that spending. But we try to outline as much as we can without breaching integrity in services. And then the next page is a summary of those 2 groups combined. And this matches up with the numbers in the executive summary. And it just, again, it's a 6-year snapshot. There's so much that can change here, and our directors are going to go into that in more detail. And then next, we transition into just giving a general overview of the laws around the capital improvement program. Then we talk about the management for facilities, and that is broken down project per building, as well as some statistics of each building themselves. And you can go through and see what the status of Eaton County buildings look like. In the future, we'd like to add parks. We just didn't have the bandwidth to do that this year, but we've had discussions with Chad, and we've had discussions with the Parks Director about trying to do that in future years. Then for tech services, similarly, it gives you background of what kind of support services and what that work looks like in finer detail. And then it's a breakdown of the internal services they provide to divisions, so tech services, facilities, controller's office, we are all serving every office at the county, elected, non-elected. We do work that supports every other division being able to do their jobs. So this is a snapshot of that. To give you perspective, if we had to quote unquote, go out to market for this work, it would be ungodly expensive. And Eric can talk to this, but communities approach us all the time asking if we can do contractual services with them because they cannot get qualified tech services that does not break the bank. And often some companies will try to give massive increases to smaller entities because they make their money on bigger contracts. And so that puts smaller communities in a position to either pay through the nose or have to try to develop their own team, which is very expensive. And so I don't want to take too much off of that, but that's what that is meant. So you can see the services that tech services provides. And then we have external partnerships that we provide. And this is the support we give to every community with law enforcement and emergency services. And this is through 911, the millage, and then also the radio surcharge, right? Yep. So, but this gives you the sense that our footprint is not just here. We do things for state police vehicles, Charlotte's Fire, you name it. If anybody has an emergency services, they're pulling up in Eaton County and getting work done through our team. And then this is this is what the information we have for what the expenses look like that went into creating the section up above, similar to what we did with facilities. All right, and then the last section are future considerations. Talked about we're going to want to add parks. We're in need of security investments, which I think Chad will talk about, but we're trying to get federal money to do that because this building was constructed 50 years ago, and the security needs are very different now than they were then. And we'd like to take that into consideration. We have a section on drain maintenance, which we updated this year. We included a section about Bank Intercounty Drain because it is such a significant project. But you have there a 5-year breakdown of what our drain maintenance expense is, and that's an obligation of the general fund. And you can tell that last year it went up 29%, and we have bank drain that will be coming on, which again will probably lead to probably close to a 25% increase, depending on where the bond call comes, if we end up bonding for it. Anyway, but it's just the perspective of showing that the cost squeeze that is happening on the county isn't isolated to one thing. There's not a silver bullet. We're having to contend with keeping prices as low as we can across the board. Drain maintenance is something we have not a lot of control over, but we have taken active stances in trying to minimize those expenses for residents and the county in ways we've never done before, but this is where you can see that quick snapshot summary. And then we have a similar breakdown for our vehicles, which we'd like to build out in the future, but we're balancing that capacity. What can we do with the staff that we have today? And this is what we were able to do this year. So with that, I would invite Chad Powers to the table.
Good morning, Commissioners, those in attendance, and also those viewing and listening off-site. My name is Chad Powers. I'm the Facilities Director here at Eaton County, also a proud Eaton County resident. So a little bit, I want to just kind of talk about, introduce myself to those that know me. You've already heard some of this, but to reiterate, some of my background and how I got to where we are here today. I started my career 30 years ago, 1995, in the construction industry. Throughout my career in construction, I was in management and estimating and finally into senior level management before I came here just shy of 3 years ago. Throughout my career, I did a lot of budget consulting for some of the big corporations around town in the mid-Michigan area: General Motors, Michigan State University, Sparrow Hospital, McLaren, the list goes on and on. So I'm confident and qualified to make the assessments that are in this document. I just wanted to point that out, that I don't just pull these out of these aren't just something that I plug into a computer and they spit them out. These are assessed every item, line by line, building by building by me. So as Ben pointed out, our average age of the buildings here, 37 years, 1988. Imagine how much has changed in that period of time in your own personal life, house, auto, equipment, expenditures, cell phones. It wasn't even a cell phone back then. Now I've got a couple devices here that I'm referencing as we go through this. So, and then obviously the courthouse being one of our older buildings, 49 years, 1976. It's with every building, it's every component has a lifespan, has an expectancy. And if I'll just back up a minute, but how did we get here? That's a question I hear a lot. You know, how come all of these are a problem now? And uniformly, whenever I did budget consulting or meetings with some of those corporations I mentioned, almost across the board, it was budgetary. Didn't have the funding to do the projects and the upkeep that needed to be done. And that's not unique to here at Eaton County. We have deferred, delayed, gotten by, in some cases barely gotten by for a very long time, and now we're up against what we're facing with the items you see in the capital improvement plan. So looking into the future, you know, we have a lot of strengths. You know, our staff is dedicated, knowledgeable, and loyal. But that also is a weakness of ours because as people retire or move on, we lose that institutional knowledge if we can't retain that qualified staff. So we've been looking at, you know, that's one of our strengths. We leverage contractual services and agreements to minimize expenses over the course of 3 to 5 years. Just earlier this week, I met with a team of executives with Consumers Energy about reducing our rates and trying to get those costs down at buildings here it was a very productive meeting, and there'll be more to come on that. So holding contractors and vendors accountable, really. I mean, I've saved hundreds of thousands of dollars on things that just by holding people accountable that may have not been the case in the past. And then we look at negotiated pricing agreements where I want to know, you know, certain vendors can only charge me so much. We'll agree on an amount, labor and markup on materials, but it's not a blank check from Eaton County when they come to do work here. So those are a few things that I feel are strengths. Some of our weaknesses, I already mentioned the staffing. You know, in 2008, we lost 2 maintenance members and a maintenance supervisor. With them, that institutional knowledge and experience left. And part of the ongoing maintenance, if you lose staff, you're shorthanded on what we can get done. With the maintenance supervisor, they kept, you know, so this really began, you know, 17, 18 years ago when we started cutting staff and deferring projects. So rising costs and growing demands, the facilities improvements, failing components, equipment, aging infrastructure, like I mentioned, staffing, and the uncertainty of the long-term financial stability of the county is the big, again, funding. You know, what if we don't have the funding to do some of these things, we continue to defer, it gets worse, and the costs just balloon. And it increases the risk of future failures with every year, every item that we defer. So we're looking at, Ben also mentioned, we're looking at grants and pursue federal, state funding to secure infrastructure needs. I know Logan has been working on a big one with some of the upgrades, security upgrades here at the courthouse. And to try to tackle some of these facilities improvement projects. I already had mentioned negotiated pricing agreements. When we move into a contract with a vendor, if we can, you know, something as simple as our trash removal, if we can negotiate a price 3 to 5 years in advance, at least we can, you know, project what that cost is going to be. If we go on a yearly basis, we're subject to whatever the market is dictating at that point. So those are the types of things we're looking at. Then we have the security issues and threats that, you know, bad actors, both domestic and foreign threats, people looking to inflict pain or targeted attacks. It's a different world today than it was 50 years ago when this building was built. We've seen, you know, just in the last couple of years, there was a ransomware attack down in Jackson, Hillsdale, in their school system, which took over their building management. They couldn't control their heating and cooling, and that's a real threat of ours. And then, you know, active violence, obviously, that's something that wasn't even on our radar 10, 15 years ago. Now it's something that we have to think about. All that comes with a cost. You know, we have a great active violence training that our employees go to. I'd encourage any of the commissioners as well, if you get a chance to take that. But you'd be amazed at how many people stop me in the hallway, or I get directors reach out, because after they go to that training, they're concerned about their safety in their workplace. And I have to tell them that we're working on it, you know, that's not the best answer to, that somebody that just saw the training and some of the horrible things in that training that people had to experience. So, obviously, at the national level, state and national level, we're seeing things that we've never seen before with the tariffs and international trade volatility that lead to long-term increases, expenses that's just impossible to quantify. So when you look at our capital improvement plan, that's a forecast. That, you know, we're forecasting out what we look and see as needs, but with the volatility, there's no guarantees that's going to be, you know, 100% accurate as we get out to 2029, 2030. It's just too far out. And then we saw it during COVID when we had the supply chain issues. You know, all of that leads to increased costs. Yeah, really, it's how did we get here is we can debate that and argue that why we're here in this position, but we have to take up the task that is at hand and move forward. We're playing the hand we were dealt. And I think together we can get through this. With that, if there are any questions on the individual items or buildings?
Oh, Commissioner Moudry.
Chad, I want to thank you for being here today. I just want to mention that I do your job at home, okay? I know exactly how old my roof is. I know pretty much how much it's going to cost me to replace it. Now, 25 years ago, I put the roof on for $6,000. I know I cannot do that this year. I know how old my furnace is, hot water heater, and my driveway is 50 years old. It's got cracks, okay? And I do the due diligence. I ask questions. I get an idea of how much it's going to cost me to replace everything that's eventually going to need replacing. So what I have at home is minor compared to what you do here, okay? And that goes for Eric and Nate and the other departments. You know, trying to get a handle on everything, it's just like juggling all the time. So I want to thank you for your work, and we'll move on to the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great analogy. I mean, we all face that in our own homes, and there's things that come up. I bought my house in 2016, and within 2 weeks of moving in, I had to replace the water heater and the line to the septic tank.
You're just one of those lucky guys like me.
And it was frustrating. I could have blamed the previous owner for not disclosing it. I could blame previous administrations for not taking care of some of these things. But at the end of the day, it was my problem now. So this is all our problems, and we need to at least start the attempt at resolving them.
Okay, Commissioner Whitaker? No, okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Rott?
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Thank you for everything you're doing. I just wish we had the funds to be able to utilize your talent, because I've spent most of my life in the construction industry, as you know, private homes, and you know the good ones when you're working with them, and you're one of the good ones, and I wish, we're really blessed to have you here. I wish we could, again, have the funds to be able to utilize every talent that you have. Question I have, so you're talking about short staffing. Let's, if there was a scenario of where we got rid of all the buildings and we just had this one, how much does that help you? How much would that just, you know, paint that picture for us? Is it that many hours in everything outside of this facility, or just kind of give us a brief summary?
So, and I thought about a little bit what Chairman DeRocha had said earlier when he asked which buildings were the biggest expenses, or which departments. I can't quantify each department, but I will tell you that our 24-hour buildings, because of the nature of the occupants, that being the jail, youth facility. Central dispatch is also 24, but that's not such a problem. But the jail and youth facility are our biggest cost expenditures. And then this building being its age and it houses most of our staff. So the everyday wear and tear in the courthouse would be the next one on the list.
Yeah.
How would that, if we eliminated all the buildings, are you talking about selling them and they're no longer counties? Well, then just like when I bought my house, the next person has to deal with some of that stuff. And it would cost, I mean, we would reduce staff. Obviously, we wouldn't need the 5 probably, maintenance people that we have. So
So you would reduce staff because of that decision?
I would think that it would we have 5. If you look at your capital improvement plan, there's 13 buildings on that list. We have 5 full-time maintenance that address those. 2 at the jail all the time for safety and obvious reasons. And then the other ones kind of share buildings and overlap. So we tackle all of that with 5. That's what we're currently doing now. Like I said, historically, we had 7 maintenance and a maintenance supervisor. So when that was in 2008, we haven't regained those positions. So some of that maintenance and having a maintenance supervisor that's dedicated to assessing all these things before there are problems. See, right now, we're more in a reactionary process rather than a proactive process. So
Okay. Yeah, I don't
I don't know if that answered your question, but
No, you did, because these are questions we need answers as to the best of the ability when we go to make these decisions and base our decisions on, so.
And I would, if that becomes the case, I'd certainly take a deep look at what we would need just for this building.
Okay. All right, thanks, Chad.
Commissioner Wright.
When we're talking about buildings and upkeep and the costs, it was brought up at the last meeting about the medical care facility because that's our structure. So you didn't mention that is one of the expensive 24/7 upkeeps. So can you explain the difference of maintaining the medical care facility versus the jail or youth facility, whatever?
Sure. And the medical care facility is kind of a unique building. It's on our improvement plan. However, we only take care of the exterior of that building. So parking lot maintenance, landscape maintenance, and mowing on the exterior. They have their own maintenance staff that handles everything on the interior side of that. I'm not sure the history or origin of that agreement. That was just one of the things that I was inherited when I got here.
So considering the sale of the actual medical care facility, even though it looks like a large standing site on our complex, really is not going to benefit us to a great deal.
That's correct.
I want to clarify that. Thank you.
Commissioner Haskell.
I guess a similar thought to Commissioner Pearl Wright. With our health department that we share with Barry, all of the maintenance is, I'm assuming, on us because it's on our is there any shared cost for any of the maintenance fees between Eaton and Barry?
Not that I'm aware of, and that would be something Melissa or Connie could speak to better than I, but we do handle all the maintenance grounds, both interior and exterior, for both the admin building, which also houses the public defender's office, and the clinic. So there's 2 buildings there that we maintain, and that's part of my annual budget of upkeep is that building. We've even gone into our card access because many of their employees are cross-trained with Berry County, so we actually have card access that's managed by me in Berry County for a handful of doors at their clinic. So the staff can work in both locations with the same access credentials.
And I know this might be a heavy lift, but for administration, would it be reasonable to like look into getting some of those costs shared since it is a,
So the way the district health department works is that there's a health board, and it's under an agreement by the Board of Commissioners to provide the health services. The Eaton County puts in a contribution, and it's done via a formula that's very old that we'll be looking at again. Decisions by this board as to what you want to fund and what you have to fund. Berry County does the same. We maintain our facilities, they maintain their facilities. So the cost sharing that we do is for overall operations, for them to have support for grant funding and matches and overall upkeep. But our building expenses, I think it was, we made some adjustments to flooring, things that they had requested, and the county put in like $220,000. I think Berry County put in, or the health department put in about $200,000, and the same occurs at Berry County. So those are separated as far as building expenses.
so they have their own facility in Berry
Yes.
County then? Okay.
Any other questions for Chad? Commissioner Barber?
Chad, thank you. My question is, if we reduce your personnel, your budget, right, but we don't reduce the number of buildings we have that you have to maintain, wouldn't that mean you would have to use contractors, which would in turn cost us more to maintain those buildings if we reduce your staff to 3 instead of 5?
Absolutely correct. We've even seen some of that in the last 15 years where we've had to lean more on external contractors because of the reduction in staff that we saw that I'd mentioned earlier. So you're absolutely right. As long as we have these buildings and we're responsible for maintaining them, somebody's got to do it. And it comes at a cost, and a lot of times at a premium. If we have a failure in the jail in the middle of the night on a Saturday, contractors will come, but they're going to do it at a premium. Where we have our in-house staff that and that's another thing worth mentioning, our in-house maintenance staff, they're on call 24/7. We get calls all the time in the middle of the night, weekends, holidays, that the first phone call comes to me, I'll assess what it is, and then I dispatch staff accordingly. So that's something worth noting, I think.
Thank you, Chad.
Any other questions for Chad? Chad, animal control, of course, is a big discussion here, and we've talked about the building briefly. What are the prospects for that building? Is it salvageable, and what would the cost be if we were to go that route?
Well, I would have to do a deeper assessment as far as total cost, but when you look at the building, it's, I think, 1984, 85 it was built. And again, the technology and standards for construction were different 40, 50 years ago. So what we're looking at now is a lot of, the drain system is failing. It's all underground, to repair that, it's super costly. It gets to the point where it's cost prohibitive to continue to maintain existing infrastructure and buildings as opposed to, an expansion or a new building completely. I could get you an accurate estimate of what I thought it would cost to continue to maintain versus a new facility.
But that building could be salvaged.
It could be, but it would cost more than it would be not a wise investment when there's other options.
Thank you. Any other questions for Chad? All right, anything else, Chad?
I don't think so.
I was just going to.
Do you want to add anything, Ben?
So we are trying to get money for infrastructure at the federal level and at the state level. I will say animal control is on that list as well. So if we did get funding, and there's been discussions, if we did get money, would we, convert the current animal control to something else, maybe storage, or maybe it's a place resource recovery can use since they park their trailer over there anyway, and then do a new building elsewhere. But like Chad said, cost prohibitive if if things don't happen on May 6th, then you all have to look at cuts. The difficult thing is, animal control is such a crucial service for so many in our communities, and there's not an alternative service, but you have this looming 1.8 million, which is what we put in the capital improvement plan, the cost to replace it. And the way we structured the CIP, you can see, is putting money away multiple years to pay for it. So the last year it's on the CIP is when we would like to do the groundbreaking. We had discussion at Ways and Means about the possibility of being able to bond for the Bank Intercounty and then possibly up to the total of that bond allotment, and then using the additional roughly 4 million to supercharge Chad's ability to tackle some of these near expenses. So today's not that bonding discussion, but as you guys are reviewing this information, keep that in mind. And there are opportunities in technology services as well. I think the last time we did a massive overhaul, it was a vendor credit type of thing where we set up like a lease or a contractual agreement to pay for it over years. Now, while those are ways to do things, it does eat up future cash flow. So there's a reason why bond parties want a copy of this, is because they want to do an analysis of where your cash flow is in 6 years, right? So as we explore these things, just know that we're trying, but there's a lot. Yep. To Chairman Mott's point, we would love to fully utilize Chad. You did great with the youth facility. That was a heck of an undertaking. And again, leveraging grant funds. So we're still continuing to try to do that as best we can.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot to digest here for all of you guys, but at the end of the day, I can only do what you guys approve. So that's with that, I'll step away from the podium.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
And while he's doing that and Eric is coming up, I forgot to do like the overall summary, but so we estimate 6.2 million to county facilities over the next, 16.2 million, thank you. Over the next 6 years. This is things like elevators, roofing, brickwork, et cetera, necessary security modifications to facilities, and you can see the outline of those expenses as we've seen. And then 12 million to county technology infrastructure over the next 6 years, which is general maintenance, network storage, and as we showed earlier, you can go see where those detailed breakdowns are. Combined, we are estimating 28.2 million of investment over the next 6 years necessary for technology facilities and security modifications. And with that, we'll turn it over to Tech.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Eric Daly, and the Director of Technology Services for Eaton County. Little background about myself. Starting in June will be my 22nd year here. I've been here a long time, seen a lot of things, a lot of positive things, but also some struggles along the way. Kind of to play off of what Chad was talking about, facilities, the infrastructure that he has to take care of, the facilities. We're in those facilities as well. Now, the things that, Chad and the facilities team take care of are slightly different than technology, but we both have things that need to be replaced and maintained within those facilities. Sometimes, in the world of technology, the life expectancy or usefulness of that technology doesn't mean that the tech is necessarily broken. Other things dictate of when we have to stop using that, whether that's an audit compliancy or the vendor itself, determines that they are going to stop, investing resources in supporting and maintaining that from a security perspective. So the life cycle of technology varies vastly, where, in your buildings, flooring, windows, decor, you can get a lot more miles out of that potentially. And you have the ability to dictate, the replacement cycle of that a little bit easier than say technology. Even it's something as simple as a printer, while the printer may still function, the vendor itself has determined that they're going to stop performing security updates for that. So now that something as simple as a printer has become a security vulnerability, and we need to remove that working asset and potentially replace it if it's still determined to be needed with a new model that meets those criteria. part of what the controller's office has asked technology services to do as well is, perform a simple SWOT analysis of our department as well. And, some of the strengths of our department are, we are very blessed at the present time to have the staff that we have now. We are so lucky to have them. The gentleman sitting in the back of the room, Nathan Nybert, I hope you all realize how big of an asset he is to your organization. He is probably one of the most dedicated public servants I have ever met. So kudos to him, and honestly, to the rest of our staff. They're amazing. Another one of our strengths is due to our due diligence is, positioning ourselves in, well-managed contracts. Technology now is often driven by support contracts, the service and subscription model that we all have to adhere to. We do that in our own personal lives as well. We have a subscription to, our Netflix or Hulu, just our media streaming, that we do, where in years past, we all had antennas. It was one cost, and, you went on with that. So those are the things that, support contracts and leveraging and really pressuring vendors to be honest and transparent and not letting their costs, directly erode to our cost, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And that's something that Chad spoke about earlier, is really working hard to renegotiate our contracts and not just accept the first offer. This isn't something new that we're doing in our department. This is something that we've always done, something that we don't have an official purchasing policy. We are still doing the due diligence of sourcing, different contracts, looking at different options, just because it's something that we've used historically and has worked, look for another option out there that is equal or better than what we have, and really leverage, even the notion of these are taxpayer dollars that are going to fund this stuff. This isn't the private sector that, those increasing costs can be absorbed in the sale of another good. That's something that we really stress with our vendors, that these are taxpayer dollars that are being spent. So, just this year alone, holding out for, not accepting the first offer, really holding out, pressuring the vendors, we were able to save hundreds of thousands of dollars over what we were projected to be spending from last year's CIP. And that doesn't come easy. That's a lot of hours spent, nights, weekends, holidays, putting that together. That is not done in a 8 to 5. We do not have the capacity to do that, but it's also important that we continue to push forward and do that to help free up money for other much-needed projects as well. And not just projects that are in technology services or related technology. It's for operations as a whole. So we go into weaknesses. Also, as much as staffing is a strength of ours, it's also a weakness. It's really hard to retain staff within the department. I don't remember the exact meeting of the past, but I rattled off some stats of the historical roster of the IT department. The department that started, I believe, in 1984, to date has approximately staffed 52 different people along the way. An alarming stat to me is, out of those 52 individuals, 3 have actually retired out of that department. Of those 3, 2 actually received the benefits that were offered, full benefit package of what's offered here. The staff of 12 that we have today, 50% of those are 3 years or less employed here. That's an alarming stat to me, and that's a huge weakness and vulnerability that we have. Bringing somebody in here to operate in the capacity that we have to today, you have to be diverse. This isn't, something that you get in a, I don't want to say this. This isn't something that you pull somebody off the street and plug in. This isn't something that you specialize in from a higher education perspective. We have to be IT generalists here. There are so many different things that we have to know. Just understanding the audit compliances of the different sectors that we have to operate in, whether that's in criminal justice or law enforcement or just the IT space itself, to understand all of that is monumental. And it doesn't happen overnight. That takes years of experience. You know, another weakness that we have is the aging infrastructure. You know, we are always trying to get as many years and miles, if you will, out of the infrastructure and technology that we have. You know, depending on the equipment, and like what I was talking about earlier, sometimes that the industry or the vendor itself dictates when that reaches its useful life, whether it's still usable or it's a security threat. So something as, you know, like your core infrastructure that we use of networking to run the entire campus here. There's networking equipment in every building that, you know, something we can relate to. The infrastructure that you have in place right now was installed in 2019. You know, we projected that based on the unknown, we're hopeful to get 6-7 years, you know, out of that technology. Here we are. You know, when we sourced that in 2019, it was, you know, over $500,000 for that. At that time, again, the county did not have the cash flow to do that as an upfront cost. It was financed. You know, it was financed at a, you know, very minimal interest rate. But again, it's financing. It's trying to fund and predict those replacement cycles of that equipment. And that's one of the many things that fall into this capital improvement plan that we're talking about today. You know, speaking of that infrastructure, it's, you know, we're hopeful to get another 3 years out of that now. So if that's the case, we've been able to squeeze and stretch 10 years out of that investment for improvement here. Now, what does that mean in 10 years? We don't know. We don't know if we're still going to operate in the same function that we're in today as far as capacity. We don't know if we're going to have the same building structure or building count that we have today. So trying to formulate this capital improvement plan is really, we're just trying to forecast what we know today and what the projected futures are. Now, you talk about, you know, today, tariffs, supply chain, demand, prices fluctuate drastically. So trying to put a dollar amount to all of these projects and find a project that qualifies for the CIP of $25,000 or more, there's probably honestly more projects that exist that are on this sheet, because we don't know what's, you know, something that was $20,000 today, maybe 25, 26 in 3 years from now. We don't know. So the capital improvement plan, I guess what I'm trying to say is the capital improvement plan, things that we have identified on there are big marquee things that we know historically that we've had to replace on different budget cycles. If I go to talk about opportunities that we have in the department, we have the opportunity to seek grants. You know, grants are great. They take a lot of time. So, you know, I would personally like to thank Logan Bailey and Ryan Wilkinson, Emergency Management, the work that they do to secure grants for this county and allow us to participate in some of those grants, allows, you know, my staff to go to training, allows the county to get, you know, other items related to technology that would normally have to come out of your general fund. So kudos to them for putting in the time to writing those grants. You know, I've written some grants myself through MMRMA, and we've been successful with those. But the reality is it takes time away from all of the other stuff that we have to do that we're already short-staffed to do, that, you know, a lot of those grants are done on, you know, our dime essentially as an employee, our time spent away from our family, but it is the greater good to do that. But a lot of time with grants, depending on what the grant is for, you're funding that solution, but there's no funding behind it to replace it if you need to replace it, or if there's a reoccurring subscription for that, you know, item that was obtained through that grant. So to me, grants are kind of a double-edged sword of, yes, they get you started, but it also, you have to assess what the reoccurring replacement and maintenance of that item is. So still, grants are great. Threats, you know, just like Chad said, you know, cybersecurity is one of our real threats today. It's been a threat for a long time, but it is a bigger threat now than it ever has. You know, securing our county network is, you know, our #1 priority. You know, making sure that we are secure as much as possible. Is anything 100%? Absolutely not. We're just trying to keep pace with the world today, a world that's ever changing. We just went through an audit, a mandated audit, if you will, and I welcome this audit, don't get me wrong, through the state of Michigan to do internal, security testing and vulnerability testing of our network. We have work to do. We are not perfect, but at best, you try to keep pace with the challenges that face you today and going forward. But I will say I'm very proud of the work that my team has done. They're amazing. And they take this stuff very seriously, and when they see a less than perfect grade, if you will, they take it personally. They get irritated with themselves. It's kind of comical to watch, to be honest with you. But it's good. They're very passionate about what they do, and I appreciate that they do that. Like I said before, current threats that we have: terrorists, international trade. We don't know what the market is going to be. We don't know, what supply chain is going to be for the goods or services that we need to operate the department here. Chad also talked about, and the Commissioner Barber, had the question of, utilizing third-party, resources. We have that built in our budget now as essentially IT phone a friend, if you will. There are some of our vendors now, it's $500 minimum just to call them. That's just to pick up the phone and answer and start a ticket. It is expensive. You are, honest to God, getting the cheapest IT labor right now. If you have to contract out, it will be astronomical. You are getting a bargain for what you're getting. I can reassure you that. But that's another threat. That's our weakness. We need to figure out a way to retain the staff that we have, and keep them here, keep them happy, because I promise you they're working hard for you. Going into the kind of the nuts and bolts of the capital improvement plan, we're projected over the next 6 years to need, approximately $7.6 million for maintenance. What does that mean? So those are basically necessities that we need to operate, your network. These are things of software subscription costs. Those are new and rising. Every year they're going up. A perfect example that we can probably all relate to is, Microsoft. Something that, we used to get, Word, Excel, what have you, on a disk. You install it, you get to use that for years, until you choose to change it. Microsoft, like many other software vendors, they've migrated to a subscription model. You pay to play. If you don't pay your annual bill or your monthly subscription renewal, you lose service. Those are real costs. We can look at alternative solutions for that. We have been, but they're not free. There's a disruption to continuity of operations, making swift changes like that. It's a learning curve for everybody. It causes disruption, but those are real things that we can and continue to look at, of finding alternative solutions of what we've historically used. Other things, as far as ongoing maintenance, hardware support subscriptions. So in the event that, we essentially put warranties, on the network equipment that I talked about, that's part of your critical infrastructure, that's in every building here. We essentially pay a warranty fee every year to ensure if that piece of equipment fails, that the vendor has something on the shelf and readily available and shipped to us within 4 hours. Now, we can adjust those contracts. We can have next business day. We can have 7-day. That lessens the cost of that, but at what cost is that to continuity of operations here? If I make the decision to say, in the courts, I'm going to change that contract model to have 4-hour response, maybe I can move it to next day. Maybe that's acceptable. If I move that to 7 days, I don't think anybody's going to be happy with that. Now, there are other options where maybe we can buy extra equipment to have sit on the shelf. Okay, that's great. Now I have to make sure that that piece of equipment is stored and housed and kept patched and up to date to be ready deployed. So pick your poison, if you will, of what you want to do. There is no, quick or free way to get out of this. I guess the free way to get out of it is don't have warranties, don't have support contracts. I don't want to be responsible to make that decision and my decision alone. But those are the real things that you have to face and challenge and make the decisions on of how do you want to operate, your IT infrastructure and what vulnerability do you want to put that in. I'm hedging on let's keep it as safe and as secure as we can within house and within the budget that we have. This board and boards of past have been very generous with providing IT money, to fund us. And let me be very clear, we run a very, very tight ship as far as cost. We try to not spend any more than we have to. We get as many miles out of the equipment that we have. So, I mean, even my staff get a little irritated with me at times of, it's not in the budget, we can get another mile out of it, we can get another year out of it. That's pressure our vendors a little bit more, that's hold out, use the card of wait until, the end of, a fiscal quarter, get those, get that salesperson on, trying to get that commission, leveraging all of those tactics to save every dollar that we can to continue operations. Looking at, capital improvement related things, these are items that are $25,000 or more in expenditure. We're projected now to be a $4.4 million liability, expense, projected expense, whatever you wish to use. But those are things like I was talking about, the network switches, computer replacements, our wireless infrastructure, printer replacements, storage to house all of the data, records, Sheriff's Department body cam footage, court records, everything. We have to store that in some place, whether it's here, whether it's in the cloud, whether it's in air-gapped backups. It all has to be replaced. It has a shelf life and it has an expected life. In tune, that's approximately $12 million over the next 6 years that we're projecting, again, as we're operating today and what the infrastructure that we have and based on industry of what we think we may need. Again, depending on where we're at in 2 years, that may be a high number, it may be a low number. I don't know. That is a honest to God real projection of where we think we're going to be based on where we're at today. Now, if I talk about, kind of the projections in the capital improvement fund itself, if you see that document, you're going to see the next 2, maybe it's even 3 years, that you're going to see a lull in capital improvement needs. A lot of that is 100% of getting the miles out of the infrastructure that you've invested in the past. That's things talking about that virtual server environment, our storage, things that we had a pretty high capital improvement expenditure this year. Those investments this year are going to carry us in a lull for the next 3 years. Now, in 3 years, hopefully, we have a better understanding of where we're going to be as an organization, staffing, buildings. That will drastically dictate of what that third year looks like. In that projected third year, get your harnesses on. We're going to do some mountain climbing because there's a steep, projected increase in expenditures because all of that hardware, we've reached the life out of that equipment, and a lot of that's dictated by the vendor. The vendor has said it's not even a security thing. They are just not going to support it anymore because another model or 2 models have come out since that 10-year initial acquisition of that equipment. So again, we're trying our best to keep the budget, flatlined, if you will, with slight increase. I'm trying not to have, peaks and valleys in the budget. But for the next, 3 years, we're in a bit of a lull right now, but I don't want anybody to be confused that is sustainable. Because like I said, in 3 years, a lot of the infrastructure that you've invested in will need to be replaced or modified. I feel like I've rambled on a lot, so I'll open it up to questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Hess?
Honestly, I appreciated all the rambling, so thank you very much for your presentation. You know, I kind of wanted to touch on back to the Commissioner Moudry's analogy with knowing what the cost of a roof was, you know, back in the 80s versus what it is now, and kind of try to put it in perspective for folks that might be listening in. For what you're going through on your capital improvement, it's not only has the cost of the roof gone up, but now you're renting the roof,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
You don't even own it anymore.
Yes.
So that's one of the things I've been having a really hard time talking to folks about when I'm going around and talking about the public safety millage and budgets and whatever else, because they pull out, you know, the super high level budget and they look at technology and they're like, how can it be this high?
Sure.
And it's like, well, like, think about it. Like, you don't own your technology anymore. It's just it's constant revolution and planned obsolescence, right? So I really appreciate that you touched on that so much today. I do remember, I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago now, that since when I first started getting really into the IT committee, there was quite a few programs that we used to have in-house, right, that were developed in-house. And we got rid of those and moved to different software items. Is there any possibility to going back to in-house, non-subscription-based softwares?
Anything's possible.
Sure.
Yes. But it'd be very challenging to do that. Just for the fact of trying to hire and retain a development team, you know, even if it's one person, you're putting a lot of eggs in one basket, where if that you hire one developer to bring back some of those applications in-house, you're putting yourself in a little bit more of a vulnerable state, because you know that individual leaves.
They leave.
That institutional knowledge leaves with that individual, and now we have no support.
Which is what the problem was before.
100%.
Right.
100%.
Okay. And then we talk a lot about storage.
Yes.
Right? And the cost of that. For doing the right things, now we have to retain the data. You know, body cams being a big part of my thought process here. Has there been any thought, you know, statewide or internally about county governments or other municipalities kind of like joining together to get like a location to store this and share the costs, or?
Sure. I mean, I'm not aware of anything, you know, in a formal setting of that happening. It's always, yes, there's discussions about consolidation of resources, you know, record retention policies. But again, who does that? How do you form that consortium, if you will? Who's liable? What data center does it get put in? You know, a lot of stuff that we're leveraging now is moving to cloud hosted. And even some of the applications that we were talking about that used to be housed internally are moved to the cloud. Part of that subscription model is that data storage is moving as part of that subscription. It's being taken care of by that vendor. So even the storage that we've bought today, while we project under current operations, we forecast that'll last us, you know, say 3 or 4 years, until we need to either expand the storage footprint or replace the chassis itself. But migrating more of this stuff to the cloud may flatline our storage needs and limit of data growth and need for that purchase. But it also, there's a real cost of those subscriptions too. And those are really unpredictable of what those cost increases are going to be. But if we change in the next 3 years, if we're down, you know, these are all theoretical, if our organization looks different or is reduced in the amount of services and departments that we have, well, now that digital footprint is vastly different, and you know, moving that to another, you know, state or federal or, you know, regional, data storage approach, it's volatile. It's, how do you pay? How do you allocate? Who gets what? Anything's possible, but real discussions, in my opinion, haven't happened for that yet.
Just two more quick things, Mr. Chair. Actually, we'll see if I can remember them. I guess I will say one final thing. Relating to the policies discussion we've had about moving forward, there was a while back that I had drafted a purchasing policy that, and a big part of it was trying to make sure that we have some sort of policy in line to make sure that we're keeping vendors accountable. And I really appreciated both you and Chris sitting down. And honestly, one of the only reasons that I haven't really been kind of pushing it much further is because I have so much faith in you guys and that you're already doing a lot of that.
Appreciate it.
So thank you for that. And then, I did have the pleasure of joining, members of your team and emergency management at a cybersecurity workshop. I believe it was last year, maybe a year prior. And I can tell that even though there isn't, the long tenure that you would like to see in your department, I can definitely tell that you have an amazing team there that they do enjoy their jobs, they do enjoy being here. So I have a lot of faith in your team, and hopefully we can, help you guys out as much. Oh, actually I remember to Commissioner Mott's question that he had with Chris prior, in the prior conversation about selling buildings, right? If we have to reduce staff, are you able to accurately and quickly be able to give us feedback on what that would mean for the software subscriptions that we would need on a per employee basis?
Sure. Obviously, subscription base at a software level is per unit or per staff. Now, software isn't paid month to month. We do full year subscriptions. That's dictated by the vendors. So if you eliminate a position today, you're not going to see an immediate real reduction in your expenditures. That expenditure has already been made because we've bought that licensing for the next 12 months. So you would realize those costs in the next fiscal year in that potential reduction.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay, thank you, Eric, and I know that you have lots of knowledge. I've worked with you before, so thank you for your explanations, but I do have some conversations here, or questions here for a conversation. First of all, are we rotating all of our tablets and everybody else's PCs and whatever? Because I know years ago, back in 1998, Grand Ledge Public Schools put computers on everybody's desk, and it was part of a bond proposal. But one person who really knew computers back then said, well, that's all well and good that you're buying a whole school district, all their computers now, but the problem's going to be is they're all going to go out of, service same time. So then what are you going to do? And I didn't know. I just knew what was going to happen. So, that we all going to have to go to record keeping and taking attendance and communicating with parents, on a daily basis. So I'm just asking you about rotation because you just mentioned that we were in a lull, but 3 years down the road, it's not going to be so good.
So excellent question. And yes, we do have a replacement cycle identified with every laptop, desktop, monitor, part of the intake of new equipment that is brought in. Staff are instructed to put essentially a metadata tag on that of a projected replacement year. That's how we're basing our projections of, you'll notice in the capital improvement plan, every year for the next 6 years, there's an allocation, a recommendation of roughly $100,000. That is to address the replacement cycle of projections of cost of laptops and desktops, monitors, things of that nature. So to avoid what you're just talking about of having this mass breakdown, if you will, of the equipment that we have and trying to keep a consistent budget. And honestly, the bigger part of it is staff. Even rolling 100, 150 devices every year isn't something that gets done in a month. That's course of the full fiscal year of trying to get those devices replaced amongst all of the other noise that happens, the triage, if you will, of operations that we face on a daily basis. So yes, it is addressed. That's why we put that projection in there. We're always hopeful to never exceed that. The goal is to never spend every dollar in that budget, but it is a real liability of replacement. And if we get, if something is projected to be a 3-year replacement or a 4-year replacement for a laptop, if that device is still in working condition and it's fine, we're not going to replace it. We're going to recommend to either, allocate that to somebody else that needs that or leave it in place. But what we're really trying to do is at a department level, kit out and replace departments as a whole. So that way it's easier for inventory. It's easier for staff. You don't essentially have, and I might get in trouble for this, but device envy. Everybody has the same device and equipment, in their department. Everything's equal. The support aspect for it's simpler. We try to do that on a rotating basis. So that way we know in Department A, we know in 4 years, there's going to be a projected X amount of expenditure needed to replace equipment in there based on operations today. Now, if that changes, then the numbers, change and the equipment changes. But, part of the lull is even that lull is still addressing hardware replacement from computers and desktops. Now, I will say, post-COVID and how operations changed here during COVID times, we moved heavily from a desktop environment to a laptop environment. And that essentially happened overnight. The world changed. We were predominantly a desktop environment where remote work and flexibility wasn't leveraged the way it is today. So during that, there were dollars, allocated, towards that crisis to essentially equip workers with laptops to be able to be portable, to be able to work, to continue continuity of operations as the county was then and still is today. So what that does though is it increases your operating costs a little bit because a laptop, in nature is a little bit more expensive than a desktop. It should be realized that the life cycle or longevity of a laptop probably isn't going to last as long as a desktop. That laptop is in different elements, it's transported, it's moved around, it's in a bag, it's dropped on a floor. So the replacement cycle of our laptops are less than what our desktop replacements are, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
So because we had to change the way that we would have changed by departments during COVID because it happened so rapidly,
Yep.
Are we going to run into then a situation where many of the laptops will expire all over? You know what I'm saying? Kind of like the birth rates after World War II.
Yep.
That's the only, they keep saying we're the snake that's coming through.
Yep. Again, a valid question, and we're facing that this year. This year it was definitely a uptick in expenditures for those pieces of equipment. But also what department heads are doing now is, really assessing and being very budget conscious as well of, does that position, need to be remote? And if they're saying that position, not the person, but the position needs to be, doesn't need to be remote, we're going back to putting some of those those laptops back to a desktop, and hedging that we're not going to have another pandemic, and need that laptop. So what it's doing is it's reducing our, projected cost a little bit for that replacement, and that replacement cycle is going to widen a little bit.
Did we get some federal dollars Because I know two of the outside assignments I'm on, they brought back in tablets because they had to give them out during there, but it was covered by some COVID dollars. Were some of our purchases that we had to make to have our people work from home, were some of those federal dollars?
I mean, I'm going to say yes, but if Melissa wants to speak more to that, I'd more than welcome that.
So COVID dollars were used to purchase the bulk of our laptops, the very first round. And then continuing, we did additional purchases that were general fund dollars, but the bulk of the laptop purchases were from COVID monies.
Okay. Because those outside assignments have stacks of tablets, and they've converted us from like paper, you know what I'm saying, board packets, pick up your tablet on the way through, but that's only because that they garnered them and brought them back into the agency, and they're still of useful purpose.
So the devices that we, acquired with those federal dollars, those are permanent replacements of what they had before. So in many cases, those devices that these federally funded laptops replaced, they were at end of life, because this budget crisis isn't something new. This is something that's been going on for a long time here. And those devices, desktops, if you will, those were 8, 9 years old, potentially. So, I mean, they had reached their useful life expectancy, but we're, again, trying to get as many years out of that equipment as possible. It just happened that, an unfortunate event happened where we were able to leverage, that money to do a replacement. But again, what I talked about earlier, essentially think of it as grant dollars. Now we have, that equipment was purchased, now we have the replacement liability of that. So we're making the assessment if it's, appropriate to replace that with another laptop or a, slightly reduced desktop and getting, extended projection of life out of those.
There are some of us that still like our desktops. Okay, another question is like, that has a takeoff from what Commissioner Haskell just brought up, and it was like, how to reduce the cost of the subscriptions. And I know that, a couple of the car companies thought it was wonderful here in the last couple of years to put things like heated seats. I mean, they could say this has heated seats, yeah, if you pay your subscription. And they found out that that's not going over so well in your expensive vehicles. But, so I was just, yes, if there's any way to reduce, I know some of those subscriptions and things. And the last thing is that I was at a MAC conference, and one of the presentation to the main group, not a breakout session, that they had a speaker come in. Where is our iCloud located? Is it here in the US? Is that what where the storage is? Or are we offshoring when we're storing things in the iCloud here?
Yep, so part of anything that we source for, a cloud-hosted solution or even the backup, that we put in the cloud, we have to ensure that that subscription includes data centers that are here in the US.
Okay.
That is an absolute requirement. If that checkbox is not met, we don't participate in that. So can I physically go see that? No, but that is what the contract that we're signing, that the storage that is used for those application is.
I mean, since you just talked so much about the iCloud, that popped into my head and I'm sure you're doing your cybersecurity wonderful, because I know I sent screenshots to Liz going, okay, what's this? I know I'm on a secure network. Yesterday, in fact, was one of them. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the.
Thank you. Commissioner Mott.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to you and your department. I know how many hours and the dedication you have, and you and Nathan and the rest of your staff. So, and I think we all know that because you've showed it, and we wish again we had the funds to be able to utilize your talent. So, thank you. I want to expand on Commissioner Haskell's question about the subscriptions and how that's gonna affect the county. So we've been talking about potentially having to lay off 100 people. My understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, correct me, but we're still gonna need these subscriptions, correct? Does it, even though all those employees, they'll say there's 100 employees gone, how does that change? Because in my mind, we still need the subscriptions.
Sure.
But do they just lessen because the amount of employees, or how does that affect?
Well, I mean, that's kind of a wide answer, I guess. You know, it depends what the subscription is. You know, if it's something, say, of Microsoft licensing, you know, that, you know, whatever our staff count is today, that number is X. If we reduce by 20%, well, we theoretically only need 20% of those licenses. Now, if it's a subscription that, you know, maybe isn't even out of the technology fund itself, that it's out of the department, if that department is dissolved and they have a subscription, well, I think it's a realized thing that subscription goes away. So it's really kind of answering it in that regard, where our IT subscription, just because we lower the staff, you know, as far as operating staff, as far as an organization, none of that goes away. It may get reduced, but in generality, the ongoing maintenance line item in our budget, those are things that we need behind the scenes, you know, whether that's, you know, firewall subscriptions, logging subscriptions, you know, the list goes on, but that doesn't really dictate the number of staff that Eaton County employs. That's what we need to monitor and maintain the infrastructure. The pieces where you would potentially gain in the tech is if, all right, you eliminate a building. Now we don't need network switches in that building. We don't need a fire alarm in that building. We don't need stuff that's specific to that geographic location. But the subscription side of it varies. Some could be eliminated in other departments, potentially, but others, you know, would still need to be the same.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Any other questions? Commissioner Barber?
Thank you, Eric, for being here. I got some questions. So initial storage, right? So what's our percentage on the cloud? I'm not talking backup, I'm talking initial storage. What is our percentage of in-house compared to in the cloud right now?
That's a very good question, and I don't have the answer to that because, you know, even looking at the Sheriff's Department storage, you know, body cam versus, you know, and their in-car camera, a lot of that data is stored in the cloud. Okay. That's through their contract. You know, what that percentage is, what that total number is right now, I don't know, but that storage is realized in that contract with that vendor for body cam and in-car cam. Now that storage is very big storage, that's video. Even in an incident, you know, there's an accident and you have, you know, a half a dozen officers to respond to that. Now that video is captured could be up to 12 times by the time you include, you know, the on-person camera and potentially the car camera. You know, so there's even duplication of data in storage in the cloud as well. Now, you know, as far as the IT cloud storage, we have on-prem storage and we also have cloud storage. So that's 50-50. You know, duplicate copies are here and duplicate copies are in the cloud in government secured facilities. So again, it's one of those answers, it varies depending on what sector and application we're talking about.
Yeah, so not including the Sheriff's Department body camera.
Sure.
We're about 50-50. We have, provide 50% of our own storage and then we back up. I mean, the backup's 100%, right?
Correct. That's a better way to say that.
So we have 100% of our storage on site, but then all our backup is on the cloud.
Yep.
Okay. Next question, life cycle. Laptops, I heard you say 4 years. Is that the life cycle that you're projecting on laptops?
It is. And sometimes we don't meet that. The device doesn't meet that, and sometimes it exceeds that. So in the instance of, you know, laptops or devices that get put in the patrol car, those devices are funded by your 911 millage. Those we have a rigid replacement cycle of every 3 to 4 years. The reason we do that is the vendor that we use has a 100% bumper-to-bumper warranty replacement on that. If that device fails, they ship us a new one, no questions asked, they repair it, we move on. That device is something that we don't really have to spend time doing. It's been a rock-solid device. It's been something that's been fantastic for longevity. Now, once we remove those devices out of that life cycle, we repurpose those and put those in to the sheriff's department and other departments as well. So essentially, those particular devices, you know, we'll say rough numbers, 80 to 100 of those devices get a second life. They get rolled back out to the general population and used there. So like that subset of equipment, you know, we're hopeful to get 6-7 years out of that. But we also have working spares of those to replace if needed. And those particular devices also work well for efficiencies that they can utilize the same charging cables, the docking stations, things of that nature, but we're able to leverage a different funding source that's non-general fund money to get more life out of those devices. But a general laptop, you know, like the ones you see here, yeah, we're looking to get 3 to 4 years out of those, and if we get more, that's fantastic.
So if we went to desktop, what would our life cycle be?
We're trying to project those 6, 7, 8 years.
So double.
Yeah, yep,
So theoretically, that could be a cost saving.
100%.
Yep.
And that's something that we addressed, you know, post-COVID, that was going to be a real challenge or concern that, you know, facing the replacement cycle, which we've been in and are continuing to be in, that we have to make that judgment call if, you know, it still makes sense to move, you know, keep that position in a laptop or move to a desktop and potentially reduce cost.
All right, thank you very much, Eric.
Any other questions? Eric, I want to direct you into public safety.
Yep.
And you've been here for 22 years, I think you said. And the dramatic changes we've seen just in the last 10 years as to required technology. But one of the things that struck me was that we are required, I think it's by the state, I don't know if it's federal, to coordinate our technology with surrounding municipalities, agencies. When that happens, how much warning do we get from that entity, that municipality, whatever, that we are required to update or replace equipment so that we're compatible with everybody else?
It varies. Sometimes we get a lot of notice, sometimes we get very little notice. But again, that is a real thing, that decisions that are made at the local grassroots level affects, you know, technology services and the staff and the compliances and the integration that we have. You know, at what point, when do we become liable for that equipment for uptime, replacement? To answer your question, original question is, it varies. Sometimes it's well planned out, other times it's dropped on you.
And we're expected to jump and pay for whatever we have to pay for to get it operational, correct?
In some cases, yes.
All right.
But that's our job, to be the gatekeepers, to be the voice of reason, to understand and lay out the risk and responsibility of those requests. And if it doesn't make sense for the county, we have to voice that, and we do.
All right. And then back to your tenure here, in the last 10 years, what have you seen technology-wise for changes in public safety?
I mean, the introduction of body cams and in-car cameras, that's a big one. You know, that's something that everybody can relate to. That's something we all see in the media. That's something that I think is a good thing for officer safety. It's a good thing I think the public, in some cases, kind of demands and wants to see that. And it's accountability. That's a big one. The technology and stuff used in the car. You know, Nathan would be a much better resource to talk about this, but there's a lot. There's a lot of tech that's used in the car, on the person, just the dictation of, you know, notes and putting that into records management. It's all changed. If you pop the trunk and back of one of these patrol cars, you'd be amazed of, I'll consider it art almost, of the workmanship that goes into putting all the technology into these cars. You know, there's thousands of dollars of tech just in a car now. You know, even, you know, radios, you know, needing cell service, you know, for each car for communication back here, you know, that need then requires different security parameters and, you know, security, you know, to home base here, you know, central dispatch to allow that secure communication to come through. All of that's changed and been added in the last 10, 15 years. And I honestly don't see it going away, you know, regardless of our, you know, funding strategy or not. If we're funding public safety or have public safety, those are real costs and those are real challenges that will be here. I think that's even just fair to the staff that work in those sectors, that we provide that technology and communication and security for them.
Thank you. And I know from discussions here, and if Nathan would like to address this, I'll welcome him up here, but we've had to increase our external technology, towers and things like that, just to make sure we have coverage for the vehicle technology, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we've actually been working a lot with our cellular carriers here in you know, AT&T, Verizon, who we've historically used because they've had, you know, superior coverage in our area. You know, AT&T is working very hard. Their cost and coverage, their coverage is getting better in our county. It's better than it's ever been, and their pricing is very competitive compared to what we're paying, if not slightly lower of what we're being offered right now. But the reality of it is the coverage isn't as reliable as the carrier that we're on today. So that's something where, yes, we could save money, but there's a risk there that that communication stream would be broken with that. And then, you know, as far as, you know, radio towers and stuff and communications for the handhelds for the units, yeah, I mean, there's a radio millage, and O'Kelly and Francis and Ryan, you know, they work hard on all that. You know, that's their wheelhouse. We don't really get involved in the radios, you know, as far as communications, you know, handheld radios. Yeah, there's constant evolution of that equipment and expenditure there as well.
And of course, when we purchase a new vehicle or lease a new vehicle, it comes with all that equipment already installed, correct, Eric?
No, I wish. No, I wish.
What do you have to go through when a new vehicle shows up?
A lot of work, a lot of work. Like I said, there's thousands of dollars worth of equipment in there. You know, a lot of that, you know, installation of the equipment that's sourced out to a third-party vendor, you know, of the sheriff's department's choosing. I know Nate has a lot of guidance and direction of where that equipment goes. But, you know, when we get the vehicle, we're still having to install, you know, the computer in there, you know, make sure the cell modem is connected, making sure that, you know, the in-car camera, the back seat camera, the body cam, all that stuff integrates and communicates to that local internal network there. So that way there's a seamless transition of information captured on those devices and goes to the cloud, goes to our on-prem storage. There's a tremendous amount of work in there to ensure that the security is in place there to make sure that that's a secure transaction going from incident to on-prem to cloud or incident directly to cloud. So there's a lot of work involved in it, and it's not just at the car level, it's behind the scenes. It's on our servers, it's on the you know, infrastructure, the software. There's a lot that goes on behind the scenes that nobody will ever know and appreciate, but that's the dedication of the team that's here that takes care of all of that, so nobody else has to worry about it.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Wright.
I'm only asking this because it might take Nathan's staff time, but if the car gets in an accident of some sort, in today's new vehicles, everything is a sensor. And so it doesn't take much to have thousands of dollars or a total out on a vehicle just because of the repair type situations. But you talk about all this equipment that's in these cars. Do you every time have to go out and check a vehicle over?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
If there is a situation, I'm saying any situation?
Yeah, I mean, there's been many cases where, there's been an incident, a crash, and, we'll get called for assistance to go out and retrieve data, that communication, that cellular modem has broken, that communication has broken. We have to go out and physically, extract the data off of those units. So it is a real thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but that is the reality, that incident triggers, work and responsibility on our team to go out and essentially, collect the information needed from the officer.
Okay, so it could be something minor, but you're still gonna have to spend staff time
100%.
to determine whether your sensor or whatever is.
Sure. And that's not just for, the Eaton County Sheriff's Office. We can get those calls for other local agencies too. So just, if the real talk is, a reduction in the Sheriff's Department, that doesn't mean that our work reduces. It just gets transferred potentially to whoever's doing the coverage for that area. It just gets moved to a different color car, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Eric? Commissioner Moudry.
Not a question, a comment. As we all know, the life cycle of any hardware is 30 days after the warranty expires. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything in closing, Eric?
No, thank you. Thank you for listening. Thank you for considering everything that Chad and I have put together today. And thank you to Ben and Connie and Melissa and Logan for all the work. And Chad too, for all the work that they've done in this.
All right, thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Eric, will you just stay there and maybe Chad come up too? I just want to point out, I think you heard multiple times, especially with Eric talking just now, how much work just Eric and Nathan, so your director and your deputy director are doing. And you've got Chad and his staff that are doing work. They're not compensated for all the hours they work. So we've heard a lot about directors and then the salaries being too much, elected officials and their salaries being too much. So I want to address it right now because you just heard from two of them, right? So as an example, on the weekends, Chad's going to send me a text, let me know what's going on. He's in here. He gets an alarm that's set off for anything that happens in this complex and now parks. He's on it. And you have the expectation that he's going to be on it. And he's going to do it, right? Even if it takes time away from his family. So Chad could tell you how many times that's happened. His other staff, they have to come in as well. They are compensated with overtime. Chad's not. Eric and Nathan, same thing. They're not. I just did a little bit of math right now, and I'm really sorry to tell you this, Eric, but I know that you work at a minimum, so don't yell at me for under, but you work at a minimum 60 hours a week, and that includes on the holidays. And I know it's a lot more than that. I need you guys to know that Eric and I compete at the number of hours that we work. I mean, he and I don't mean compete, but we work together the number of hours because of the nature of the work that we do. So I did some math real quick right here, Eric, and if I just take your wage and divide that by the 60 hours a week, so, and I do the math, everybody's gonna be frustrated because you make over $100,000. But you're really, for the number of hours that you work, if you divide that out by 2,080 hours, you're like 75,000. For the number of hours that he's working, it reduces his hourly wage. I just need you guys to know that. And he stays. He's here. He's here because he's dedicated. Nathan as well. There have been times, I mean, that was the first thing I did when I took this position. I went to Eric, and I went to Kelly, and I went to Ryan, our emergency manager. And I said, what's the outlook for you staying? Because I needed to know that. That's critical situations that if we don't have that staff, and Chad won't leave my side, right? So, but we had that discussion because I needed to know that. If I had to plan for that into the future, we needed to do that. So I'm just going to give you an example. Last night, I had finance director, deputy director, communications director here until 9:50. That's when they left. They worked all day. This week, we've worked hour after hour after hour, right? We have. So Eric and I were communicating last night until, I think it was 11:40 or 11 o'clock. Yeah, it's a lot of work. You need to know that as a board. The public should know that. We don't come in here, we're public servants, but we shouldn't, be expected to do work and not get paid for it, right? I'll argue that for all of our employees, all of our directors, our elected officials, our courts, they work hours that you have no idea. If we logged those hours, you'd be shocked. I'm just saying it. I've never seen anything like it anywhere else, the number of hours without being compensated. And I'll say it, that whether you believe it or not, you have that expectation. So when somebody says to me, you should take a day off, Connie, Chairman Drosha, you know that you have the expectation that I'm going to be able to answer your question and every other commissioner's question, right? It's an expectation. If you need to know something, you need to be able to reach me. And I'm there. I'm answering emails at 1 o'clock in the morning. That's the expectation. That's what I do. That's what my expectation of myself is, right? And that's what you want in somebody working in public service. You want people who want to be here. And what you heard today are people who want to be here because there are challenges. Challenges are exciting because you're trying to fix them. It's just like Chairman Mott said, if they had the resources to do, they would do so much more. That would include staff. And I'm just going to touch a little bit on Eric because I kind of wanted you to bring this up when you were talking about number of hours. And we're talking about contracts with other agencies. We do have a contract with the health department that we provide technology services. This was done a number of years ago. The contract was set up. It was an emergency at the health department. And it was a triage moment, right? We swooped in and we took care of it, and that contract just kind of chugged along and chugged along and chugged along. And I believe it has only increased by 20,000 in the course of the time. And how many years have we had it, Eric?
Pushing 9.
Yeah. So that's all it's increased. So we're doing that extra work. We didn't add staff to take on that role, right? So they're doing work that is taking admin time. That's what I need you to understand. Even if we added a staff member, you need administrators, directors to take care of that. You need an Eric and a Nathan to be there to deal with these issues. We could do a lot more for other agencies if we had the resources, but we don't. But Eric and I, since we've been in these roles together, we've had multiple conversations. Eric and Melissa have had multiple conversations about compensation. And, it's a smile conversation, right, Eric? We smile at each other because it's like we know there's nothing we can do about it. He's chugging along, but he's not compensated where he should be for what he's doing, but he's staying. So you are really lucky that you've got the two of them. You're very lucky. I'm lucky. Wow, you're lucky.
Every day.
You're lucky that you have me, Ben.
And
But
sometimes, never mind.
but we do. I mean, I'm just saying this for terms of this is a reality, and it's a reality for every employee. And we can complain. I'm not trying to defend the position, but I am in reality because you have people who bust their butts every day for you, and that's not Monday through Friday. Claudine Williams is on vacation this week. She has communicated and worked at least 3 hours a day. She's getting up first thing in the morning. She's going through what she needs to do. She and Logan are communicating every day, multiple times. You just don't know. You can't take a vacation. Eric takes a vacation day and just works, but he wants to show that he took a vacation day. So it's really bizarre, and we argue about that too, right? And I just don't take them because it just doesn't do me any good.
Your vacation days are work from home days. Yeah.
I'm not,
When
yeah,
they
I
happen.
can't work from home, yeah. So just know as a board that you do have dedicated people working here, more than you can even imagine. I say that Chad coming on board, wow. He has so much background, and he didn't come here for the money. And at some point he can speak to that. He came here because this is what he wanted to do. And he loves it, right, Chad? Yeah. So and I'm not forcing them to say this stuff, but in reality, they do love what they do. It's a passion to come here. Why would I stay here for 38 years, right? And I'll tell you, here's a comical thing. When I was offered this position, or in the process of taking this role from being the deputy administrator, the former chairman, I said, what do you think about it? Because that was going to be the board. It was outgoing, that was making the decision. And I said, so what do you think? Because we hadn't had a discussion, and we were looking at, a lot of things going on then. And he said, you know what? He said, if you want to be here when, the county goes bankrupt, good for you.
I've known you since 2005. So when it came to me, I said, she knows where everything is. So I just want to tell you. Well, I didn't want to use that word.
I get emotional.
I know.
Because
But that's why I'm telling you that, because you do have that 38 years. And I just mentioned that to somebody else, that Connie is doing things differently because she really does have that history here. So, yes.
And I love the employees here. Amazing. I'm sorry. He really wants to talk. I do. I love the employees here. They're phenomenal. From every single employee, every department, every administrator, every single elected official. Amazing. You've got a really good group here. And the public does too. There are processes that are going on that you would have no clue unless you were sitting here in these offices every day and the weekends. All right, Don, I'm so sorry.
No problem, no problem. So I just wanted to put a bow on the CIP and hit a couple points. And I'm going to start with, there was a comment Connie made where she said hours are worked and not logged. I want to be clear, our hourly employees should be logging all of their hours, and if they're not, I fix it right away. Anyway, so as HR, don't you worry, I just want to be clear, we're talking salaried employees, not hourly. Yep, absolutely. The next thing I would say is, as you guys go through this budget process, I would be thinking in terms of, if we have external contracts or grants, do they pay an administrative fee? Right, and these are questions you might be able to ask departments once we get further into the budget process. And if they do, if they don't, are they able to? And if they are able to, why aren't they? So I would say this because we should really look at the lens of our service departments as if we're taking on additional infrastructure and building up services for other communities or other, it should come with the capacity to where you all are able to say, it's time we add a facilities employee because we gave IT the one last time. As the amount of money accumulates in those administrative fees, is it more efficient for smaller communities to come to tech services and have that contracted? Absolutely, because they don't have to pay for a director, all the startup costs, and then they, on their micro level, are trying to leverage against large corporations on licensing. Absolutely, but it doesn't make sense. You can't do it when there's no capacity for it. It's the same way with the sheriff's department. Is it an efficient way to execute law enforcement all across? Absolutely. You have one detective bureau, one set of licensing fees, all of it. And that's why it's been such a benefit to have the sheriff's department the way that it's been for so long, which is why that public safety millage is on May 6th. So I just want to give that perspective as you're going through and have a chance to engage with departments. Are these wonderful programs adding to our ability to continue to administer and be prosperous? And if they're not, what can we do to fix it? It's just a thing I would want to impart. So that's a little bit off topic. So I would say just for closing up the CIP, I want the technology to include just a very real risk of international issues. And so recently it was reported that as outgoing Biden administration national security advisors were meeting with Chinese officials, they openly admitted, and this is rare because we typically always see these breaches with large telecom companies and large et cetera, and nobody ever wants to take claim, right? And we always have the back where they background check and they try to figure out who it was that attempted to penetrate a US company. And they can usually determine it's either Russian or Chinese players that are doing that. The Chinese officials openly admitted that they did it, and they said they were doing it because of our position on Taiwan. I say that because there are two things to keep in mind. Back in the day, if you wanted to hold a community like Eaton County hostage and take over their facilities, the only way to get money would have been physical cash. Bitcoin and different cryptocurrencies have completely changed that. So it's much easier, I don't want to say launder money, but it is much easier to move value internationally without any of the safeguards that existed in the banking system 20 years ago, right? And so I just, as you think about the IT budget, know that we're not just talking about high school kids, we're talking about literal bad actors on an international level that would love to sow discord in the United States. So I just like to add that piece because it used to be we never had to worry about that, and today we do because we're a target, whether we like it or not. So last thing I'd say, the CIP is a forecast. It is a best estimate. It's an educated estimate. Couple things, emergency situations are difficult to assign cost to, right? So there may be things that occur that throw that off. The public safety millage is not incorporated into that, so right, that could change the allocation of how much general fund would be required to execute this plan. If we were to bond, that would be different because we might move a bunch of projects up if we were able to bond portion of that for facilities. Long-term actual asset usefulness with, I think it was talked about quite nicely, you don't know something's gonna fail until it fails, right? So these are all factors, so I just wanna get to members of the public, this is our second year doing this. It's a refining process. This one is better than last year. Next year's will be better than this year. Our first year, we got some real tough criticisms. So I just want to tell you, we don't have a lot of staff for the amount of money that moves through Eaton County. And what you're looking at represents a significant investment in time of transparency to the public and to departments about what the priorities and infrastructure are at Eaton County. Could it be better? Absolutely. Could it be perfect? Would love it. But based on the staffing we have, this is a darn good snapshot of what you can expect, and expect it will change. But our goal is to provide you those updates each year. So I think that's it for me on the CIP.
All right, thank you, Ben. Before we go on to our next item or speaker, let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back here at 11:20.
No text messages today?
All right, we will resume with our meeting, and I will turn the floor over to Connie.
Yes, okay. I want to move on to the budget, and like I said earlier, we're going to go into kind of an overview. Melissa's going to focus on some of the information to show where our funding comes from in offices. But I can get to the multi-year projection that we did, budget trend analysis right here. So last month, you saw side-by-side scenarios. Did not do that this time. But this is updated from the March 28th meeting in which we showed what our projections were based on prior year information, but it did not include what offices had put in. It was kind of like a just as you go, you know, it's just expenses continue forward. So if you look at your worksheet here, and this one doesn't scroll in. Yeah, it doesn't scroll in. If you look at the worksheet, we had previously projected that tax revenues would come in at 27.1 million, and you'll see that they're at 26.6 about. That's just your property tax. That doesn't include your industrial facilities tax. It doesn't include any of that. That's listed in the second line, the 1.3 million. That number previously was 800,000. The reason it went up was due to some additional tax revenue projections that we had, but also, and people have talked about this, the marijuana retail facilities. So the tax finally came through on the only 3 that are, the 4th may be in operation now, but we now have 3 in operation in Charlotte. Charlotte is the only community that has one. They had 4, so next year we would get probably another 60,000. We're at what was it, Melissa?
250.
Yeah, 250 for this year. So that's good. It's adding to our revenues, but there was, a reduction in tax, the tax revenue. Part of that is due to DDA deductions, and we'll see additional with respect to the, if there's a rollback, the veterans exemptions that are going to come up. And Equalization Director Tim Vandermark is working on that. He usually does this projection, then he'll give us another projection, and then in June, you'll adopt what the millage rate will be, what you're going to levy. So right now, it's at 5.2096. If it stays at 5.2096, great. If not, we're going to see another reduction here. But again, he'll keep updating it with any of the additional information that comes in, and I appreciate that. The rest of the information, so I looked at it here. So pretty much for revenues, the intergovernmental revenues, we did have some funding that we lost from the state, and we can get into that when departments give presentations. But the state, we were serving the state in a capacity with the Economic Crimes Unit, and they are no longer using the services, but the prosecuting attorney right now is looking at other agencies that he can serve in the Economic Crimes Unit. The other thing is state revenue sharing. We got the final projection on that. It went up by 20,000. And then the Delta contract increased from 200,000 from our projection based on requests from the sheriff's office for Delta Patrol. And that'll be something that the sheriff would work with Delta Patrol on with a contract. So 200,000 additional there that they would pay. The county's obligation, as we talk about a lot, is estimated for next year with these figures only to be about 1.5. So let's see, next we have regular court fee. That hasn't changed. It's a court equity fee is what you call it. It's just a state fee that's paid for the operation of the court. Let's see, our charges for services did go up slightly, but not like you would think. So any fees that we increase or raise would be additional revenues. That's something that every department is looking at. I will say that departments have looked at that over the years, and I'll just say prior boards have not been interested in increasing fees, whether they see it as a tax. That is a fee for a specific service. Construction code is the best example for how that works. They are self-funded, and it is based on every permit. And that's one of the things that we're talking about and looking at in changing how we do planning and zoning and having communities actually pay for that. Since it is a non-mandated service, we have the ordinance right now. They would agree to adopt the current ordinance that we have, and then planning and zoning operated by Brandy Miller and Chris Garrison would then function for them. But again, they're getting that service right now without any cost, which is, I want to say this, that's a great service. It's a great thing for the county. It's, you may think that we should have been doing that part for years, but in reality, the reason that we've done it is because you want our property values to stay up. You want to have consistency throughout the county, right? So it's been a really good thing. So the shame of this is that other communities are going to have to pay for it. And that's fine, because it's a service for their community. And they want it, so they're willing to pay for it. But it's a change to their budget. And again, when we're looking at tax dollars, it's still the public's, tax dollars wherever it's being spent. So whether it's the revenue that came into the county versus the revenue that's come into townships, it's still taxpayers are paying for it in one way or another. I just think that's important for us to understand. But you'll get more information on planning and zoning this month at Public Works and Human Services. Okay, what's next? Our interest. Treasurer Raynette is there. He did a great projection for us on interest earnings. We will have approximately $600,000 more this year in interest earnings. That's great. It's wonderful. Next year, he is projecting over $1 million in interest. 1.3. I was going to say it, but then I was afraid that. So that's really good for us. Now, there have been past years that if you look at interest earnings, that's 300,000, 200, 200, and then in 23 is when it went up to over $1 million. And then it was over almost close to $2 million last year. And it's just due to the way that they're investing the cash, the liquid cash that we have as well. So, and the treasurer can explain that at some point. Transfers in comes from the offices that we serve. So a really good example of that is our 911. So we have a cost allocation plan, which has not been finalized yet for the numbers that we would use. So this is a projection. It would change again. But for the services for technology, services for HR, for building, treasurer's office, all of those communications now, all of those services are allocated to every department. For years, we have not done a lot of that where we've allocated to, we don't allocate between the general fund. We've had that question before. Like, does the treasurer's office pay for the services of my office where it shows in their budget? No, we don't do that. That came up when we were doing court funding, when court administrator and I worked on the court funding. It's one of the questions they have. Do you divide that out? And we don't do that here. We consider the courts to be part of us. And the general fund has paid what it's needed to, and our courts, thankfully, work with us on budgeting, and you've heard that throughout the last 2 years about the amount of work that they do to reduce their costs. But we are looking at, in October, if they get it done, a trial court funding report. It'll be the result of all of the work that the counties have done. So that's coming. I have no idea. We have no idea what that'll look like. I'm court administrator smiling. It should be a very interesting endeavor, but I think that it's a big project. It was a big project for us to provide the information. For them to put all the counties together when everybody does things differently will be difficult. Let's see. The other transfer in that we have shows up as a transfer in, but it's the delinquent tax fund that we've talked about. We reduced that from the million that you had agreed to back down to the 500,000 that has been the historic transfer. Treasurer Ray Nott is working on a policy, which again is really good government, right? To have a policy. So he's working on that to work with the board on how we determine what a surplus in the delinquent tax fund is, so that the county knows where it could spend, right? So if we have 10 million in there, can we take that balance down to 8 million? Where can we take it? And it's a calculation that we've talked to legal counsel about to see how other communities have done it, and we've been working with the treasurer on it. And I appreciate he's so dedicated to working on all of these policies, and he's thinking all the time. We talk to him quite a bit, don't we, Ben? Okay, so then on expenditures. Salaries, interestingly enough, because of all the turnover we had, the salaries went down. They also went down, and I want to give something to the courts. The courts' funding for the child care fund changed, and it allowed for community services, community-based services, to be reimbursed at 75%, which is great. But what that also did was allowed general fund employees, 4 of them, to be moved to the child care fund. Now, I say that because that's the dedication of the court on how they manage it. Judge Pollard has done a great job over the years when she was the juvenile referee and was dealing with that. She's done a great job. Jeremy Mulvaney as well, and the whole bench has done a great job with that. But I want to say that it comes at a cost. The idea behind that transfer was that counties would utilize those funds then to expand what they were doing with probation, casework, to schools. The court will provide some of that information actually at the Public Works and Human Services when they talk about the juvenile millage and their prevention programs. But I just want you to understand that the court has sat here and recognized that the county is in financial strife right now, so they're not looking to challenge the county and say, you need to, give us more money in order to do this. But it is something that the state is mandating. So we're going to get to a point where we have to put more money toward taking care of the youth in this state, in our county, because the expectation is there that we handle these things in a different manner than we were before. I can't remember the number of bills that went through that were addressed last year, but it's unreal how many of them that the court had to go through and look at compliance. The facility had to be in compliance with so many things. So again, kudos to the court and all of the staff there. You're very lucky, again. So salaries, again, went down. The cost of health insurance, we put a 7% when Melissa and I talked about it, and we talked with Ben, and conferred with the third-party administrator that we use to go out for bids, and we used 7%. Now, that may go down. I'd love it if it went down. We'll hope that it goes down, but that'll be another thing that we need to address when it gets to the actual rates that come in, which should be in August. So we have to wait on that. But it's something to consider between now and the adoption of the budget for the board. Other fringes stayed stable. Retirement did go up. It went up due to some of the changes in the rates, but the rates actually went down this year. And I caution that because that's from data that was done 2 years ago, right? And we're going to get another valuation that we'll be dealing with probably in June. And that may have stayed stable, but I can tell you now in 2 years, not with what we're looking at economy-wise right now. It's going to be crazy.
Question,
Yep, sorry.
Given that we may have to reduce our staffing at Eaton County. Will that change our rates for the healthcare and/or the retirement because we have fewer employees?
So, yeah, so reducing the health insurance can be considered kind of a one-for-one, but you have runoff claims that you would be dealing with. But every employee that's on our health insurance has remember, we're self-insured, so we're not just paying a premium, but everyone has a dollar amount factored into the budget. So family coverage, single coverage, and double coverage, or one additional family member. So you would see a huge reduction, and that's one of the figures that you looked at last meeting that will show quite a big reduction. On the other side of that, we still have to maintain our retirees' health insurance, and we did make strides with that in relationship to going to the Medicare Advantage plan. But we'll see what that brings in our next valuation, and they've received our data now, and the actuarial firm is working on that. But again, that's your legacy future cost. So retirees' health, we still pay as you go. We're not like putting aside additional money. We have a balance of about 21 million in our investment fund for that. That is specific and dedicated only to retirees' health care. So if we get into a crunch, and I say this because this is a real issue, if we get into a crunch and we have to start funding, there are 49 in this budget, there are only 49 employees remaining that you have a set rate that we charge. And that way we can recoup that money from any grants. So that, as that dwindles, that's gonna just require a general fund contribution that is just dedicated. You could take that contribution, and I know I'm getting, really detailed level right now, but you could start paying any of those claims out of the retirees' health revolving fund because it's specific only to that, but then you draw down that fund. And then what ends up happening is that when there's no money left and there's more retirees, then, you're gonna have to deal with how you're gonna address that. That will be future boards. Did you have a question?
I did, because we went to an HSA situation years ago. So how many more people do we still have that are possible to be on our actual retiree health care?
Of the employees that are active right now, it's 49. Melissa, I don't know if you have the number that are still waiting before they're eligible at age 55. We can get that information. It's in the valuation. But yeah, I will say this, and to all the retirees, I'm so glad you're healthy. We are lucky. They have had really good coverage, and they are healthy, and our retirees do live longer. I tell Ben all the time, what do I say? That's one of the benefits that I have. I've been here 38 years, but I probably won't see it. So I tell Ben, I'm that good statistic you're looking for. He hates it when I say it. Yeah, he hates it.
Only in private. When you say it in public, I don't mind.
So anyway, we could dwindle those funds down. It's not a good way to do things. It's a benefit that, and I will speak outside of myself because I don't look at administrative decisions in terms of a benefit that I have. In fact, I think that's awful. If we have to make a determination that benefits change, they're impacting me, and they should. And if that's something that I would look at and give you information on, I'm going to do it. And I will say that in the past, I think we've let benefits go on for too long. And I think, now we're to the point that, you have administration that's looking at all of that. The other things we can get into are supplies, other supplies. What we did was we considered this time around to put in all of the departmental requests, so it went up. So it went from 11.8, sorry, to requests that were like 13.4. Then we also added in the $1 million for the infrastructure for the county facilities. That's our start in the CIP that we talked about, but you will have to make a decision on if you want that million in there still, or if you want us to take it out and we defer it another year. But we needed you to see the picture of what that was, and that was the recommendation that Chad had. And that also, another $400,000 goes to paying off the infrastructure related to the solar. The other items are on the computer fund, which we should all applaud Eric Daly on the work that he did. I appreciate it. He consolidated a lot of different ideas, and I'm going to say it all wrong, but he did a great job reducing costs. But I think he said it, and I'll say it again. Those costs are reduced in a year, but again, it's at the risk of not funding for future years. And that's what we've struggled with all along. We make reductions in the past, it would be, just reduce it by $1 million, and there's not a way to do it, but that's what's happened. So we've gotten behind on that. Let's see. Child care fund, this is what we've talked about with the juvenile millage. We are not doing a transfer from the general fund. We're not looking at that, but we need to use those millage funds, which is one of the reasons that we're looking at not funding any outside external programs and using them for the existing programs that are being operated by the court and the youth facility. But we're continuing a general fund contribution that is really low, $250,000 for 26-27, and then we only increased it to $500,000 with a 5% increase, right? So that's not a lot. Historically, we have gone anywhere from 1.5 to 2 million in transfers from the general fund for operations. But again, court's doing a good job to reduce that, and we should be utilizing more of the juvenile millage funds. So in a nutshell, that's what we're looking at. It is, you can see it, it's 4.9. I can't see that sheet, so I have to look here. 4.9 million in expenses over revenues is what we have with the requests that came in. Just requests. Question?
Can you just touch base really quickly, because I've actually had 2 constituents reach out after looking at things online, and they've asked me exactly what is the child care fund. One of them assumed it was your employees and you were paying for the daycare, and I said, no, that's not what it is at all.
No, that our employees would love that. No, the child care fund, and it's really complex. Melissa could probably speak to it more because she gets lost in it. The child care fund is a mandate from the state that we have to pay certain expenses. That includes foster care, abuse, neglect, obviously kids that are adjudicated into the system, whether it's here at our facility or they have to go to an outside agency, which is really costly. One of the reasons that we sought the grant for $10 million from the state was so that we could keep kids that are from the county, in the county, close to their families. And we believe we have excellent programming. And in fact, Director Mulvaney would tell you that he gets calls for the last several years on a daily basis. Can you take a child from another county? But it's a requirement. It has grown as a requirement over the years, which is why the state upped the amount that we're able to charge, which is 75% now instead of 50% for some of the programming. But it's a very complex system, but it's not child care. It's actually children that are in the system, and it's very complex. So Melissa can go on about that more if you want, but it's in the court. And again, on next Public Works and Human Services, the court will be here. So Director Mulvaney, Judge Pollard, and Amy Elsa will be here to give a presentation and kind of discuss that, so anyone can ask questions. But it's a lot of work, and they do a fabulous job with it. What was the other thing I was going to say? Anything else? Did I lose track? I did? You lost track of me, yeah. All right, well, I'm going to let Melissa go. One of the things that we were asked, oh, there's a question. Sorry.
I was going to say, before we move from this sheet, I have a request, okay? Could we possibly get footnotes on, what do we have, 4 things that say other? Okay?
Well, like the other fringes,
Yeah, just
other
at the
revenue?
bottom of the sheet, have a footnote
Yeah,
explaining those others,
yep. We can definitely do that.
like, you know,
I thought you were going to
need
tell
something
me.
else to do?
Yeah, I thought you were going to tell me to make the print bigger, and I was going to laugh, but, so I like that request better.
Okay.
Melissa will get on that. The next part that Melissa's going to discuss is not the annual budget by function, but that's what you look at. We gave you printouts so that you could take home. We'll do that for the other commissioners. But the idea behind this is going back to foundation of where we used to be years ago, and that was that everybody would get a budget book to take home. And I'm doing this because it's a lot to look at online, and you can't necessarily write online. So we're forcing you to take it home and actually do work and write notes and ask questions. And we'll go through an exercise so you understand mandated, non-mandated, and where your greatest costs are.
Is this the book you're referring to?
That's the book. Mine's in a binder, so.
Right.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, everybody needs to understand that the county budget is very complex. It's not an easy undertaking, for one, and there are a lot of things that go into county services. But again, county services are what are required or what you want for the well-being of your community. Okay, so Melissa, if you want to go and talk about, I'm losing the page, talk about the way we broke out the expense in an office or a division and what revenue comes in. So some of them are self-sufficient, construction code again would be one, and others require general fund contributions. The note that I want to make, because this is very upsetting for employees, and I care, obviously. None of this information that's here is ever to say that your position or what you do is not valuable. Everything you do, and we went through this during COVID, when the federal government said that you were either essential, you had a definition, essential or non-essential. The employees who were labeled as non-essential is pretty hurtful because the work that they do is essential, right? It's essential to someone in the community because they're serving them. So nothing, when we say non-mandated, when we say that, it's discretionary, that's because that's the definition through the state or through what the county has adopted as policy or services. But it doesn't mean that what you're doing as an employee is not valuable. You need to know that. So with that, I will shut up and let Melissa go. She's really good at this.
Good morning. I'm going to start on page 66 of the packets. So this is a different look at our budgets than we've ever done before. This is not just the general fund. This is every fund that is a budgeted fund. So I said, okay, let's take a look at each department, each function of government, and break it down by what are our personnel costs and what are our ancillary costs. And when I say ancillary costs, I mean every other cost to operate a department that is not paying for a person in this county. So paying for a full-time equivalent or an employee here. Some ancillary costs end up being paying for people that are contracted services. That is not accounted for under personnel costs. So the personnel costs are tied directly to what we calculate annually within our budgetary process. So that's the 25-26 costs. And then all of those ancillary costs. This is what has been requested by departments.
So-
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt, but when you list FTE, those are current, or that's what should be in that department?
That is what it's budgeted
Okay.
in the department. So whether that is a full-time equivalent that has a employee in that position or not, these are approved positions within the budget that can be filled.
Okay,
So,
all right, thank you.
The one that's not added, and that is the
yes. So then, based on a request from a couple of commissioners, I did take a look at if these departments have any federal or state grants that pay for any or a part of these expenses that the departments have. So that is included in the state and federal grant special revenue columns. And then other offsetting revenue is basically every other revenue that department handles or brings in. So that is charges for services, that is our fines and costs. For the treasurer's office, it's the interest revenue that he brings in. So trying to quantify that and say, this is how much each department costs for the general fund. You'll notice also in central dispatch, there's not a cost for the general fund. However, that cost is millage monies. So that's identified under the other offsetting revenue for that department. So I tried to break it down based on departments. It's not necessarily perfect, but don't know if you want me to go through anything in more detail.
I think if there are questions, I mean, Melissa and she went through this yesterday with our group, and it was a lot to take in. But we went through it step by step, so we knew that we had things as close as we could. But understanding, again, I said the budget's complex. There's always moving parts. Revenue comes in. Like I said, the state, we were doing services for the state. We're not now, so you have revenue that's lost there. But it's complex. I think if there are questions, asking those would be great. Again, for departments, because we did not send this out to all of the offices yet. Well, it's online now. But don't look at this and say that this is, perfect. You may say that we should have credit for something else that, we put in. I'll use the courts as an example. That district court, cost should actually be in circuit court or vice versa or something like that. But we'll go through that with departments so they understand it. But do you have any questions or what you want in addition to this, Chairman Mott?
So this is good. As we're going through this, is there any other, going through this, and we need to go through all of this, but is there any part of this or pages or whatever that you recommend that we spend a little more time on? Like this would obviously be one of them. And if anything comes to mind throughout the morning.
So I will say a couple of things that I would recommend really looking at is, so this is the overall picture of every single fund, the revenues that come in and go back out. But we also have here provided for you the personnel, so your full-time equivalents, that makes up 70% of our budget. So any major changes, that's where you really see the changes in expenses. So looking at, we did provide the position allocation listing, so you can see that, as well as the other piece that's a very substantial piece is external agencies. So We provided a letter of intent, or we requested all of our external agencies to provide a letter of intent that was signed and directed to this board. And that is all included in this packet. So I would say pay attention to these 4 pages here on the total fund budget, and then also positions and the external agencies.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Question, Melissa. When you looking under FTEs and we see a percentage of it or a portion of an FTE, that's because that person fulfills 2 different duties in that department. It's split between those 2?
It depends on the FTE in specific. So some of them are actually part-time FTEs, so they're a part-time employee. We have a part-time magistrate. We also have a part-time probation officer in our district court. So that's some of those positions. Others of them are funded through multiple areas. So like the prosecutor's office has an employee that's funded through multiple portions of departments, so.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Commissioner Boudry.
Kind of piggybacking on Chairman Mott's comment, I would be fine with looking this over, okay? And then possibly coming back to you with any questions.
Absolutely.
Just to speed things along a little bit.
Yes, please. I would love any questions, comments, any improvements that you would like to see. This is the first attempt at this exercise, and it has been very, it's been interesting, but it's been very healthy to go through this because quantifying a true department's cost has not been provided to you before.
This is the first time it's been broken down like this.
Yes,
Correct.
across all of our funds, yes.
Okay.
We did an exercise in 2008 and one again in 2017, 18, when we made cuts. And that is what we're going to send out to offices. So, and we didn't want to put that here yet. It goes back to what I said about mandated, non-mandated, necessary board action. But we want to give that to the offices for them to complete. It was an exercise we did before. We've had that. Mandates have changed. They change all the time. So some of the things that the sheriff does change, and it might be due to, we'll use the jail as a mandate. He may have a mandate placed on the jail that he has a certain ratio of officers, that they provide a certain environment for the jail inmates. It could be anything that ends up increasing the responsibility level of him and his staff. So it gets difficult on departments, on what they have to do with mandates. And again, we see them all the time. The court was hit with a ton of them. We've been hit with a lot. Prosecuting attorney spoke to some of the changes recently that he's now going to have to look at cases that were back from juveniles that now have to be potentially retried or reevaluated. So, and that's at an expense, right? So, did I lose my train of thought?
Commissioner Barber.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if it's Connie can answer this or Melissa. So if the public safety millage doesn't pass, can we make enough cuts in personnel and services to fund our road patrol as it stands today?
No, we cannot.
So there's not enough people that we can get rid of in the county?
Not
Funded.
while still maintaining mandated services and also the constitutional requirements of those elected officials.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Mott.
As we go through this in regards to revenue, I don't know how it's broken down, but as we go forward and the monitoring of revenue, how are we doing that, or how does that change over time, and the information that comes in, because it's changing?
So are you talking about current revenue for current fiscal year or revenue for projections? Revenue for current fiscal year, we monitor throughout the year, and if it needs to be updated, we do that through a budget amendment. If it's during the budgetary process here, typically a department tells us how much revenue they believe they will bring in, and then it is submitted. That is submitted fairly early in the process. That is submitted, it's actually, all of them are submitted now. So they were submitted by March. That does not get updated unless a department comes to us and says, I believe that these revenue projections need to be changed, or we look at them and say, I believe your revenue projections need to be adjusted. So administratively, we look at that and say, anything might be changed. But for the most part, anything departmental is set as of today.
I can add, I was just going to add to, we have had discussions at Ways and Means and with directors as well to really monitor their federal funding, because a lot of programs were put under review and there were pauses. And so in that sense, in an unprecedented way, groups that rely on federal funding, we've told them to be vigilant and just be aware. If they get notice from an agency that they're under review, we need to be notified right away so we can try to coordinate to make sure we, comply or what have you with it. Even now, we've been doing the congressional, congressional discretionary spending requests to our federal officials, and there's like new requirements this year that weren't present in previous years, and part of that reflects new focuses from the new administration. I'd also just say, I think COVID era, there were high levels of federal investment in the United States that probably hadn't been done in 30 to 40 years. What that just means is as that money was given to states, states were able to come up with programs and allocate those dollars out. And we'll probably have residuals from that funding for like another 4 years, and that's the Infrastructure and Jobs Act and the American Rescue Plan Act. Those were able to kind of build frameworks for stuff. So there's a lot of investment dollars that are kind of allocated and being obligated each fiscal year. But I don't see that kind of investment happening again. So that's some conversations we've had with directors too, is if you're going after revenue sources, just make sure that you're, lining it up. So if it's a temporary program, that's one thing, but if you're doing a permanent expense, be cautious of, tying your horse to a post that might not be there in the morning, right? And so I would say that. And that's both, I think, going to play out at the state level as well as at the federal, because the state has less federal money to play around with.
Okay.
Right.
How does, and remind us when the state revenue sharing comes in usually?
So state revenue sharing comes in every other month. The revenue actually is received.
Okay.
We don't get notified about how much that will be until, I think they notify us around this time of the year. And basically it's set at that point.
Yeah, there's a portion of the revenue sharing and that line actually is blank on this. I was looking at that this morning, that a portion of that, which is really minimal, Sheriff, but it was about $50,000 this year, that goes into the sheriff's budget. $50,000 out of the $3 million that we get. But they're looking at things like that. I don't know if anyone has seen it, but there is legislation that I believe passed, passed the House related to public safety funding. They have certain benchmarks that you have to meet, right? We don't know exactly what that will be, but it could provide funding that would go to the county. We'll see how quick we get that information and what it will entail. But you've got 83 counties and they put 40 million, right?
I think 115 in the latest.
Oh, the latest version? Wow, all right, good. So how that,
Got through the Senate, though.
yeah. How that would be distributed, again, we don't know. We don't know if they're going to say that, place a mandate to get that funding. We used to have that with revenue sharing, where we had a county incentive plan, so we had to meet certain requirements in order to get that funding. So I believe that's probably what they'd be looking at for the sheriff. to do. And it's other police agencies as well, but.
I will just add that this budget is still under review. We still have to meet with departments and review any other changes that might be necessary. So this includes capital. Some of it may or may not be wish list items. I do not know for sure. I did not itemize any of the transactional data. However, if any commissioner wants that, I am happy to provide that. So just one other final thing.
Commissioner Wright?
Melissa, you just mentioned like projections, and you just mentioned like projections and things, estimates, and from your department heads and things like that. In my District 5 of Delta Township, right now they're working on lift stations and pipes and things like that. How do you project? I know like off of Nixon Road, they're going to build out all the way to St. Joe because there's a dedicated new road that's coming between Saginaw and St. Joe, and those are high-end properties. I know that over by Mount Hope Park, which is Nixon, that behind Our Savior of Lutheran, that there's a developer waiting for these new drain situations so that they can add more capacity to, and all these things will be high-end. And I know Commissioner Mudray was with me Tuesday at an MDOT meeting about the corridor there by Walmart. And there's a road back there, and there was talk too about how long do you think it's gonna be before the apartments are gonna go up in there and go all the way to Willow for more development. There's just all sorts of things that I could go through in Delta Township that really over the next 2 to 5 years is gonna change the landscape. And so I was just wondering, how do we project on things when we say we're gonna get rid of police cars, radios, the whole thing, like was said at a meeting? I mean, I'm just trying to wrap my head around knowing where my development is. It might not be out in the rural area, but I know that it's in District 5, okay? And I know some of it's coming in Commissioner Haskell's as well, once we do the main infrastructure type stuff so that we can run pipes in every 75, 85-foot lot. And so I'm just kind of concerned how we even establish a budget that's reasonable when we have to, if in fact we would have to start cutting our staff, but yet I know that it's going to come back up. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, there's a huge parcel right across from Sundance in Oneida Township that's now being cleared, and we know that the Sabin farm was sold probably 2, maybe even 3 years ago, but I know what's going in there. And it's a major development. So do you see what I'm saying? There's movement here.
Unfortunately, tax revenue is still not keeping pace with the rate of inflation. So that, what you're talking about, the development of your area, does help. It increases tax revenue. However, it doesn't keep pace. So unfortunately, we are still at a trajectory where our expenses far exceed our revenue. So we need to do something to bring our expenses down in line with where our revenues are at. I understand we do have a lot of development, which is great. And eventually it will help, but it's not quite there yet. Also, some of Delta Township is in a downtown development area, which means that the county doesn't actually receive any of the additional tax revenue. So that complicates all of that matters. So that is something that our equalization director looks at very heavily when he is looking at our tax revenue projections. And he does a fantastic job when you're looking at the results of his projection for 3 years. And he is able to project, this year he was able to project within $65,000 on a $25 million budget. So the margin of error there was pretty nominal, and he did a fabulous job projecting that. So
That's really good.
he is very good. So that's, I understand we do have development coming in, but we have to do something to bring our expenses down.
I'd like to add too is, it's very possible if, say, the public safety didn't pass, we had to do deep cuts, that maybe within a year or a year and a half, the public could come back and say, no, we want it back. Rebuilding, I just had this discussion earlier this week, rebuilding, I don't know what people's expectations are. When I started here 2 years ago, we were down 16 sheriff deputy positions. We have 10 people completing FTO this month. That is a tremendous amount of operational and personnel staff work to do that, to get that kind of recruitment. And it's a year-long process. And that's with having a whole group of seasoned institutional knowledge amongst your command officers and other deputies that can train up these new folks. Building a department, whether it's a small police department or a large county department from scratch, is a massive undertaking and a big liability to take on. So I think that's maybe part of what you're getting at too, is unfortunately you guys might be put in a position to have to make decisions based on revenues today. And if only there was a 3 to 4, maybe 5-year outlook with growth, it would be better. I'm gonna say the answer is probably yes. Especially because like the Renaissance Zone, which the battery plant is an example of a development, I think it's on a 17-year contract, but eventually that will come in for property tax revenue to the county apart. But until then, it's just a development that is an unrealized asset for the county. I'd say too, when you look at development, this is good for property owners because you hear it a lot. Grand Ledge looks fantastic, Charlotte, there's all of this. We do have the TIFA districts that Melissa talked about. And so those are, we have grandfathered districts within here. And so this is state law. And the way that it works is when a district was formed, if it was prior to 1994, it's a permanent district. The county has no say in it. And what that means is the county's portion of our mills are based on property values from 1994. So a high-rise in Grand Ledge, a redevelopment in Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, let me see, I've got the list here. Charlotte, Eaton Rapids, Potterville, Grand Ledge. So some of our most urban areas are these districts. So our property revenue from them is the same as it's been since 1994, no increase. The money stays with the district and they can use it to revitalize, encourage business and economic development, which is fantastic. But for county finances, it's an unrealized value, right? So sometimes residents see this and they think, wow, county must be ranking it in. That's just not how the system is set up structurally. And that's okay. You guys are having to make decisions based on what's given to you, and it sucks. It sucks. Even if it looks like we should be winning, in some ways, we're in a tight spot because we have to abide by the framework that the state set up for us, and you're doing the best you can.
I was just thinking, Ben, in the development of even housing structures, apartments and things like that, because I was just told by one of the 333 plumbers people that right now they've just got one line that they're working to be able to, at the battery, produce batteries, but they have 3 more lines projected, which that all's gonna take staff, which then takes housing and building of some sort, whether it's the local, putting in 2 more party stores. You get all the way around to service types, those situations.
Yeah. And I mean, Sheriff's here, and I'm sure if he speaks, one of the things he would talk about is just how even with the population growth and the density and the economic activity up in the Delta area, like we need more staff, we need more sheriff's deputies. Like the amount of, what's the term I'm looking for, when shoplifting and those types of crimes have really gone up over the years, and they do during times of economic depression. Not that we're in an official depression, but when people's pocketbooks start getting hit, that type of crime and theft increases because people are getting more desperate and more willing to step out and do something they maybe wouldn't have done if times were a little bit better. So Yeah, that's a good example that if we didn't have a road patrol, not only is that a huge gap from where we're at, but it's also going to only get worse as development continues to go forward. So I think it's a good consideration.
Don't sell all the police cars.
All right.
Any other questions or comments? All right. Melissa, you have anything else you want to add?
I don't have anything else I feel needs to add.
I do. You're looking at me. I just want to say, Melissa had mentioned, look everything over. Get detailed with what you're looking at, and I would encourage the other commissioners that couldn't be here today to do the same. And we will print something out if that's what they want as well. But ask some questions to yourself, right? I'd put them down in writing, give them to us. We can compile those, put them in the packet for the next Ways and Means meeting, that these are questions you had. I would encourage members of the public to reach out either to a commissioner or to communications to ask questions that you would like us to address. Communications Director Bailey is addressing those every day. I think you just had a pretty detailed one yesterday. That's what we want. We want to be able to answer the questions that residents have. They may not like the answers that we have, and that's fine. But that's what, participating in government is all about. So anyone who has questions, go ahead and send them our way. We'll include them in the packet at the next meeting. But commissioners, please start looking at it, because those decisions, not knowing what's going to happen on May 6th, don't wait to start thinking about it.
Anyone else? Sheriff Reich is here. Could I ask you to step up to the podium for a moment? And I'm not sure what you came to say, but I'd like to pose a question to you. And that is, if our public safety millage does not pass, what mandated services are you required through that mandate to have?
Run the jail. To run the jail.
And that would require what kind of staffing?
No additional staffing.
Okay, so we have approximately how many officers in our jail?
I don't have a clue right now.
Okay,
They fluctuate right now. We got 2 openings in the jail because of resignations, so I'm not quite sure how many we have back there, but we'll maintain what we have.
FTEs approved in the jail is 47.
47?
Sounds about right.
Okay, all right. So should this public safety millage fail, and then at a later date, we find revenue, or the public would like us to have another public safety millage, what would it take, from your perspective, to reestablish our road patrol?
It would be a miracle. You're competing with other departments who pay more. That's what you're going to be dealing with. You're going to be paying what Lansing Police Department pays, what Meridian Township pays, what Kent County pays. It's going to be very difficult. Like I said, it's going to be a miracle to start back up again.
All right, thank you. And then whatever else you want is.
Well, good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. I understand there was a public safety comment earlier, and I'd like to address that regarding our handguns that we acquired last year. Those guns are considered, it's a Sig Sauer 320. Michigan State Police went into these same handguns same time we did. And there's a heck of a lot of employees of state police than there are at Eaton County Sheriff's Office. Besides MSP, 4 military branches, they issue these same handguns to their officers. Now, I understand there are some disgruntled employees. I kind of figure out and know who they are. These same employees, when they were employed, complained about what size pen they're using. So it's nothing new to me that they're complaining to someone else who's got an ear. These guns are very safe. The Glocks we had, they were Glock handguns, 40 caliber. They were issued almost 35 years ago. You know, we don't have our cars that long. We change cars every few years. It's nothing new. Sure, the guns might have been in good condition, but we traded them in, so we did get some monetary value from those guns. But it just bothers me with these people on social media who are bashing the sheriff's office, who have no clue what they're talking about. The latest one I hear from yesterday, the sheriff's deputies, and the sheriff's claimed sheriff is having his deputies patrol Charlotte and Eaton Rapids. What a crock. People don't realize to get to one point to another, you might have to go through Charlotte, or you might have to go through Eaton Rapids. People put out so many lies, I'm fed up with it. I've dealt with lies for 13 years running for this office. I've done a damn good job as far as I'm concerned, and have improved this county, the services that we've had, and I don't want to lose this because of a public safety millage if it fails. I'm pretty upset right now with this person this morning who is a spokesperson for this local social media group. They need to report facts. Quit coming up with these fairy tale stories. Fed up with it. I just wanted to set the record straight, commissioners. These handguns was not a want, it was a need. It was time. I'll answer any questions you might have.
If you don't mind, if I could add too, a couple other things that were inaccurately portrayed this morning. The comment was made that grievances were filed. I've been the HR director since March of '23. I was here when this happened. There wasn't a single grievance filed. So first off, factually, this is not true. Secondly, under the contract, we ended up doing a meeting with both the command union and the non-supervisors union, which included their business agents. We had a rep from Sig Sauer come in and do a detailed presentation that included the manufacturing process, upgrades that they had done and performance enhancements on the firearms in question, and they talked directly to some of the litigation that was out there. We had the arms specialist from MSP. We had the Livonia Police Department arms specialist as well, which is the firearm they use for that division. And we had the union presidents and bargaining members from both of our union groups. So let me tell you, when she said that they never had an opportunity to have a discussion, that is a flat-out lie. With our limited resources, we bent over backwards to make sure that we had this discussion in riveting detail. And I have correspondence showing that the union thanked us for the time. They thanked us, and they felt that their concerns were addressed and met. It was very cordial because we've done a lot to try to enhance union relations with our sheriff's deputies because it's a priority that our folks are happy, our folks are safe. We take that seriously. So I didn't get to speak earlier, but Sheriff, I'm right there with you. We took the time to try and do that the right way, and it's unfortunate that it got thrown back at us today the way that it did.
Thanks, Ben. I was going to mention that too, but I was in the excitement of everything. It's crazy. You know, the Glocks, we had Glocks, like I said, 35 years. With Ingham County, I know of 2 Glock accidents, operator error on misfires that shot themselves in the hand because they didn't follow proper procedures. Sure, there's going to be accidents all the time with handguns if their procedure is not followed correctly. So with that, these guns that we carry are awesome handguns. One of the reasons we got rid of the Glocks were their .40 caliber ammunition was getting scarce, and it was more expensive than the 9mm. And besides, the 9mm has made much improvement over the years. It has the same ballistics as the .40. So that was the reason why we moved forward with it, and it's very beneficial for the deputies to have.
Can I ask one question? Certainly. So, Sheriff, I'm not aware of, but since these firearms have been in place, which I think was around December of '23, there has not been any they haven't discharged unexpectedly or anything. I've seen no reports of that come through. We see all the work comp claims and we get safety updates from the Sheriff's Department. So I just wanted to check.
We have had none.
Had none. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Mott.
And I'll just add, this individual mentioned something about doing the research and finding out problems. The problems if I understood right, and I did some research myself, is that basically about 10 years ago, they did have an issue, and then that was resolved quickly. Is that correct?
There was issues with misfires, but the misfires was because of a holster that does not work with that handgun, and also operational error. I mean, these people with these handguns, these are a dangerous weapon, and you gotta treat it like that, just like any firearm. So holsters was a main issue, but there has not been any problems at all.
Yeah, thank you, Sheriff.
Yeah, and that's what Sig Sauer actually did. It was in addition to, you know, coming up with best practices for divisions and departments using it, was they also went to work and remodified the weapon to add additional security prevention just in the way that they were designing the trigger mechanism on it. And so, like the sheriff said, MSP, Livonia are two Michigan examples that are using the Sig Sauers, and it was a process. It was well researched, and we didn't rush. It wasn't rushed.
Correct.
And concerning the cities that were mentioned, what, just for the public, what exactly is Eaton County's jurisdiction?
Well, Baseline Road is the south, and Eaton is to the north, Waverly's to the east, and I can't think of the name of the street over by Calamo, that farthest west one, but 470 square miles, I believe. The only thing we don't patrol is the city of Lansing, which is a little section there just west of Waverly. But everything else we have, some of the cities, we'll back up Charlotte, we'll back up Eaton Rapids, anywhere else that's needed for officer safety, we're there. But sometimes when we get calls, we have to go through these jurisdictions. We don't patrol. We go through them to resolve a complaint.
And you're also available if one of these communities needs help.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we're going to see road patrol, Eaton County Road Patrol within these cities.
That's correct. You're going to see them, but we don't do patrol.
All right.
Unless there's a major violation that's happening in front of them, then they're going to stop them, which I've done before.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for the sheriff? Commissioner Haskell.
Just one more thank you for coming in and dispelling some of the rumors. I want to add in that not only is it certain, Facebook groups that you kind of have to, keep an eye out for. This is not directed towards you, but to those watching at home. But there are pseudo news organizations out there in Eaton County that, are maybe one person using AI to write articles against commissioners, the sheriff's department, using AI images as well. In fact, I don't know if anyone knows here, but apparently myself and at least 2 or 3 other commissioners apparently don't even live in Eaton County. So, yeah, I thank you again for dispelling rumors. It's very, very important, especially so close to the election. And because a warning to those at home that it's with the advancements in AI, it's getting easier and easier and easier to make official-looking, journalistic type things, but it's complete nonsense that you have to double check.
Yeah, it's pretty sad when you have reporters that have their own personal agenda to attack a certain group or individual when they don't have the facts.
Yeah, and these aren't even real reporters. It's just people that can go and write a prompt.
Yeah, I'm talking about real reporters, though.
Any other questions or comments? Well, Sheriff, thank you for your time, unless you want to.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right. Are we on to commissioner discussion?
You guys want to discuss anything else? Otherwise, that would be.
Okay. Commissioner Mott.
Well, I just want to touch on, the sheriff mentioned, or you brought up, Mr. Chair, about mandated services. And I'd like to discuss or ask what other services are and aren't mandated, and is there any offices that actually are not needed? Well, I mean, they're all, excuse me, I want to rephrase that.
I was going to correct you.
They're all needed, but at least mandated.
Well, so again, the sheriff, the mandate is the jail. We hear that all the time. One thing you probably don't know, and that's why we've said that we would need to keep some officers. He is mandated to provide court security. So that's something that he does and works with the court in order to do that. And he's done a great job, so we would continue to supply that. He is required to deal with livestock. So if you don't know, this is like old, right, Constitution? So that would be something that he would have to address, and my thought is that we'll get him, he'll be the only one doing it. There you go, I know, that's what I thought. Yeah. The sheriff is also required to recover dead bodies from like a water. And he does have officers who are on a dive team. And when we talk about specialized, police responsibilities, I'll just give the shout out quick before I move on. We have a sheriff's department that is top notch. They want to learn. They're constantly wanting to learn. They want to get into their special response team. They want to deal with canine unit, dive team. They want to do whatever they can do to excel and make Eaton County better. So we should appreciate that. So for a non-mandated service, they're doing a great job with what they consider mandates. So I'll say that for all of the officers. The planning and zoning that we talked about, that's not mandated. We know that, so that's something that we'll be looking at. Within certain offices, there are things that aren't mandated. When you have your constitutional officers, like Melissa said earlier, and I know I've spoken about, they have mandates. There might be something, I'll use the county clerk as an example. She runs 3 offices: circuit court clerk, county clerk, and register of deeds. One of the things that her office does that, we've gone back and discussed is passport. So they deal with passports in the register of deeds office. So it's convenient for the public to come in. It's a service we provide. It really pays for itself with the fees for taking the picture and dealing with it. But it's something that the clerk doesn't have to do, right? Minimal. When you're dealing with the courts, and boy, I hate saying this because these are employees direct, probation. Probation is not a mandate. So I want you to imagine what that looks like for the community, and the court and the prosecuting attorney would tell you that that's a concern. Someone is out on bond right now, they're monitored. Our probation officers are amazing. They do a great job. It's great. It makes the court process so much better, but it's not mandated. So it kind of doesn't make sense when you have state mandates, and that's not one that's mandated. Let's see, another thing in the court, we've talked about specialty courts, which they operate really very much. They're called case managers, but they operate as probation officers. It's not mandated, but there is funding that comes from the state on that, and the county has paid a portion over the years, but again, it's grant funding, and the court is working right now on their budgets going forward for the next year and trying to make sure that they have money to cover 100%. That's a decision that you're going to have to look at as to whether or not you think that service would be provided, right? Veterans services, that's not mandated. We receive right now, we pay for 1 FTE, and then we have a half-time person who is funded through a grant, and then we have money that we can provide for vouchers, for groceries, multiple things through that grant funding. So you're losing an FTE and services that are provided direct to residents, but you're going to balance how many veterans are there in Eaton County versus how much it's costing and to the overall population. That's what you're going to have to look at. Those are the questions that you're going to have to ask me, and you're going to have to decide, are there enough, and again, to all veterans, you're amazing. You should have services, you should have it direct in your county. But are there enough veterans out of the 110 residents here? I believe that there are like 7,000, if I remember, that Claudine Williams has spoken about. So that's another decision. Go through the line. What else am I missing on non-mandated?
Yeah, so this is something that we have a sheet that was developed prior years, and it's just not fully up to date. And my understanding, talking with Connie at the time, when cuts were being discussed, it went out to department heads and elected officials, and they were able to compile what they believed was mandated, not mandated. And so we have a template that we're working off of. So we'll send that out to department heads probably sometime next week and ask them to do the same exercise. I think Connie mentioned this in the beginning, but it's a great place to segue or finish up as we're wrapping up. So our goal would be to have responses back from departments compiled for your review maybe by May 30th. And that won't be the end of the exercise. The next step for us would be to have legal counsel sit down and go through it and evaluate it. For example, some of our external partners are going to say, we're absolutely mandated, you can't cut or limit it. And that may not necessarily be true. Their attorney might think so, but you may get to a place where it's like, we have to listen to our legal counsel, and maybe we are going to cut this external funding if that means laying off less half of FTE here at the county. So anyway, so that will probably be a multi-month exercise, but our objective is to get the preliminary data to you by the 30th, and for elected or department heads listening, kind of start getting ready, look at your asset or your position allocation list and be thinking, why do we do this function? If it's in statute, which statute? If it's because of a court case, which court case? That's the kind of information we'll probably be looking for. Yeah, yeah.
Commissioner Wright.
I was here when we brought our veteran services back to this county, and Jonathan took over. We had brought it back from having our people have to go over on Jolly Road, Cedar Street, to veteran services. Clinton County and Ingham are still in that office. Is that something where, unfortunately, if we have to cut, that would be cost-effective to go backward? Because it's backward, I understand.
Yeah, you're taking a step backward, but again, you're going to have to balance that with, are you cutting 50,000 and doing a contract for 50,000? Or are you going to cut the full amount and not have any expense? Those are the tough decisions. So you decide you want to keep it, and it might be cheaper with Ingham, and that's something we would be looking at. But again, you're not cutting the full amount when you do something like that, right?
So going forward, those are the actual dive into the details that we're going to be facing as a board.
Correct.
As to how to produce this balanced budget with or without a millage, because by law, by Constitution, we have to have a balanced budget to send it to Lansing.
The other thing that I would note too on outside external agencies, we did have, as Melissa said, an exercise where they sent a letter of intent of what they're doing. And so you'll read in that there's an MCL for, that you have to provide this service. But it doesn't mean that you have to provide the service and the funding as it is. So there might be this portion of the service, but not this one, and this and not that. And that is true, unfortunately, for health matters, so community mental health and the Barry Eaton Health Department. So those things are going to be looked at. I can tell you right now that the health department has had, I think, 7 employees that were cut, and that is due to federal funding. So they're already changing their budget. Us telling them that we're going to have to cut more is going to be significant. So the only way they can cut, same way the only way we can, and that is with personnel. So, but those external agencies, again, some of those may be via a board agreement. We're in Tri-County Regional Planning. With that, the only way we can get federal funding for the road commission is through that. And the road commission pays a share of that agreement. So those are things that you might give up federal funding going to the road commission. And that could be detrimental because we know that the roads, we're dealing with that. Their Tri-County Office on Aging. We provide money to be in a group services agency for that. Meals on Wheels, if you all know, that's struggled for years. Number one, you can't get volunteers and the funding. It just isn't out there, so we pay a portion. So let's say we have to pay the portion to stay in Tri-County Office on Aging, but we don't have to pay Meals on Wheels. So you eliminate that, right, from their service here in the county. So it's going to be a lot to digest. The Conservation District, Courthouse Square, that is Historical Commission. These are small amounts. 17,000, 33,000, you're looking at 50,000 here and there, but all of that adds up, and you have to decide as a county, what do you want your county to look like? And that's what we're saying to the residents as well, so their feedback's important. But just remember, if you ever have done a budget exercise in which you look at what you want your community to look at, and you decide that you say, public safety is a priority, and you determine what percentage you need for public safety. And then you may say that health, human services is another priority. And then you go from there, right? Or anything related to law enforcement. That's the stuff that you have to look at. And if we're losing public safety, you're still going to have to cut more. We know that because going forward, we can't sustain that. One thing I want to address, I want to make sure because we're talking public safety. The confusing thing and the questions that we get, and this frustrates me. So if anyone out there listening is thinking that this public safety millage is not going to assist the general fund, that means you haven't been listening or you haven't asked the questions. But the reality of this is, we are telling the public when this prior proposal was put on and this one was put on, that we are eliminating road patrol, a non-mandated service. That's what we're doing to balance the budget. We are reducing staffing in the prosecuting attorney's office, and we won't have an animal control ordinance. And then we'll cut elsewhere as well that we have to anyway. But that's going to save the general fund. It's all of those funds from public safety will go into a fund, just like central dispatch, and the general fund will contribute a portion, right? So we're not going to put the sheriff in the public safety millage. We're going to maintain a certain level that we would have to maintain if we were, so court security. That's not going to go on the public safety millage. But please understand, the whole purpose of this millage is to alleviate the pressure on the general fund that we cannot sustain. That's the purpose of a millage. We're not doing a millage to give 10 million in more dollars to increase our police force. That's not, we're trying to save our police force. We're trying to save our prosecuting attorney's office. We're trying to save the animal control ordinance that we have. So please understand, it's not a shifting of money. It's not some, I would say, crooked deal that we're doing. It's the reality of the county situation. You either pay for it or you don't have the service. But the money that will stay in the general fund will be looked at by this board as to what services need to be cut or they want to cut, and it's going to be a battle. If you think that everybody's going to agree on what you have to cut, you're going to have people who are, we have a board that's, tied right now. You're going to have a really serious discussion on what you're going to do. So I say to the public and the people who are criticizing the fact that we're going to put the money in the general fund, by law, we can't put it in the general fund, right? It goes into a special revenue fund. And then the general fund doesn't have to contribute to that service at all. That's what we're doing with the juvenile millage. So just understand that's what we're doing. And it is not a shell game. It is the reality. You have the service or you don't have the service. That's what your decision is. So, sorry, I'm lecturing to everyone, but I need people to understand it is just the reality. It's not anything, you know, that we're doing wrong. And that's what we keep hearing that.
Thank you, Connie. One thing I'd like to make note of is when we talk about mandated services, and I will use the Indigent Defense Fund as an example. We were told we had to have this in our county and that it would be funded by the state for a period of time. What it didn't include was what we had to do to accommodate the Indigent Defense Fund, or indigent defense. So we found a place and we fixed up the office to accommodate this. Now, we were talking about contracts. When does the funding for an indigent defense end? And then what do we do with it when the funding ends?
So I think as far as that, we're a ways off. I think what will end up happening is they'll adjust the county share. So right now and going forward, the county pays a rate that was established back from the appointed attorney model that we had back in 2012, 2013, I think. And they calculated that Eaton County would have to pay in $449,000. So that's what we pay in. But let's keep in mind right now, the proposal that's being submitted or is submitted today has to include juvenile, because now we have to provide those services for juveniles. So right now, that's on the state. But to think that the state's not going to come back to the county and say, okay, this is what your costs have been over this period of time, and we're going to adjust it, and the county has to pick up a share, sure, that's going to happen, right? We just don't know when. Right now, we don't have any notice that they're saying they're going to increase the county contribution. So, but we do things. So with that, and any grant fund or something that's funded by the state or federal government, we're still providing services. There's oversight by the Board of Commissioners, right? There's oversight by the court with indigent defense. There's oversight by my office. Treasurer deals with their transactions. The technology services, they deal with that. That was a rough build out for technology services. And then again, you have facilities. So all of those things add up. And now we try, and for the first year, Melissa sought funding, additional funding, I think it's at 10%, that we can reallocate back, but that's not adding staff to deal with the work that we've had to do with the Public Defender's Office, and it has been a lot. A big undertaking, and there is turnover constantly, and what that means for Ben is unreal, right? So, yeah, I don't see anything additional coming right now, but we're gonna need more office space, I can tell you that.
Commissioner Wright.
Okay. As we go into the final days of voting on this 2 mills for public safety, I have looked at the expiration of other millages that really are going to come off the rolls here in the next year or two. And the road millage is there, and I believe that's 1.25 or 1.5. That's going to fall off. We're going to have the jail expansion that we put in place is going to retire. So I'm thinking that some of this that they're going to experience, should they vote yes, is actually going to not be there in another year or two, unless we go ahead with a road millage, which our road director, Matt, already came here and said, we got a lot done over the last 12 years, and some of this does not have to be repeated for a while. Like and tell the township our local subdivision streets and stuff. So, it would be a matter of whatever this board would want to propose for a rate, but it's necessarily not gonna be that high, or may not be there at all, because local townships and whatever, they can put their own road millage on if they want it. Again, those are all choices. The jail, that, we aren't gonna be expanding a jail, I don't believe, so we know that one's gonna go away. I also would like to say about, I'm not sure on E-Tran, folks, but out of the general fund, I know that we pay a E-Tran millage, which is very small, but how much are we actually paying for E-Tran out of our general fund budget? I don't think it's any.
The county does not pay anything into E-Tran.
Okay, so
That's
the
what
gentleman
millage
that
was.
came up and talked to us during public comment, he was not aware that we don't use our money, our general fund money here at the county, that the small amount that is on their tax statement countywide has been in that same exact 0.5 mils or whatever it is since 1987 when what's-her-name was there, Margaret. So some of these things need to be clarified as we're going forward. They don't, nobody keeps, nobody keeps track of when millages were instituted, how they were instituted, and when they're gonna expire. I really don't think so. I think they look at today. and They
Right.
remember what they paid last year.
And they do, but you also have to respect the fact that, you know, they're looking at their tax bill, right? They're going down and they're adding it all up, and it's been frustrating for them. We know that. But those millages, like you said, come off in 2026. So the last time we can levy them is in December of '26. The jail millage, we won't renew that because that was for the expansion that we did, and it was to increase the operation for that expansion. So that, we've been moving people back into the general fund, that we'll have additional money in that fund when it's done, after we've paid off the debt, because we did have a jail refunding on the bond that saved money. So we'll be able to carry people out on that a little bit longer than than 2026. E-Tran would be a decision whether or not their board came to this board to ask for a new millage, and then your decision, whether you want to put it on. As far as road, you're right. The road commission is talking about it. That is something that they are going to request. It'll be at a lesser amount. But I'm going to tell you that Chairman Mott and I have been at different communities, and they have an expectation, even rural communities, that will continue because of the maintenance, spraying of the roads, correct? They're afraid because, they might lose, for a small community, $50,000 that millage is providing them. Cities as well. Cities will struggle because now it has to come back out of their funds, right? And we don't know what the state's going to do with respect to road funding. They've been talking about it for years. But, again, it's the same thing that every government deals with. What are your priorities? So that will come to you for sure to request, and then you would have to decide whether or not you want to put it on the ballot.
We had an expansion as well for a millage at the medical care facility.
That comes off as well.
And that gonna come off as well. It's not that much, it's like 0.125 or something. But these things are gonna start coming off. And like I said, people are gonna have to make, also, if we determine what we're gonna fund or what we're not gonna renew or whatever, then local communities may have to look at what they really want.
Yeah, medical care facility has been a topic. If you remember, and some of you who weren't here may not know this, but the director from the medical care facility came here last year and The treasurer had to, basically, it's kind of like fronting cash, kind of sounds worse than it is, while they were waiting for Medicaid revenue to come in. And that's a delay, and if you have a cash, flow shortage, then the county can step in and do that, and the treasurer work that out along with the board's cooperation. But that could happen again. They've opened up another wing. They're bringing in more revenue, but you just don't know what is going to happen with Medicaid revenue. And they're relying on that, just like CMH is. So I say this, and if, anyone that has someone in the facility there, it could be privatized. That's something that the board could do. Right now, out of the general fund, the board contributes $150,000, but if you sell that, sell it to a private agency, then there's one influx of that cash that you would earn from that. But it's not sustainable because we're only putting in $150,000. That's all you're saving. But those are the tragedies that we're looking at. We don't have a senior millage. The only millage we had was for renovations that they did, an expansion over there, and all that's doing is paying down that cost, so.
Commissioner Moudry.
I just want to make a comment about the upcoming millage. We had in November Plan A. Plan A went down. That was devastating to me. Okay, so now in next month we got Plan B. And I'm asked, okay, what happens if this doesn't go through? What's Plan C? And my answer is, well, you better organize neighborhood watches because that could be reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? One thing I'd like to mention, because we have 4 charter townships in Eaton County, if this public safety millage doesn't pass, those 4 charter townships, by our Constitution, will be responsible for police protection. And the county's not gonna be here to help them out with that. So the jail will be here, but there won't be any road patrol. The sheriff will be here, but there won't be any road patrol. So the charter townships are required to supply police protection, fire protection, planning and zoning, and a library. So at the point that if this should fail, then those 4 charter townships are gonna be on their own, and the people that live in those charter townships are gonna have to decide what they're gonna do within their township for police protection. So it's not gonna be off the table. It's just gonna move to a different discussion. So any other questions, comments, anything else we need to present from anyone? Commissioner Mott.
I just want to bring up, Mr. Chair, we talked about it briefly about grants. If you could go over, grants that the county brings in and how that whole structure works, and anything you can add to help us make decisions regarding those.
So with grant funding, and I think Director Daly talked about that from technology, it's great. You want to bring in those grant funds, but it also adds additional responsibility, and we can use technology as one of those. The majority of our grants, we don't get an administrative fee rate, right? That's one of the things that Melissa worked out with Indigent Defense, was to get that administrative rate. So that comes in, and you could maybe fund some technology, but you didn't add any staff, right? So the work just grows and continues to grow. That's what happens with grant funding. Now we got the grant funding for the youth facility, which was huge, right? Let's talk about what work Chad did. He didn't get compensated for doing any of that, and he was here all the time, and he was working. So with any project and any grant funding that comes in, there's work attached to that, whether the department that it came into, technology, facilities, my office, or anything else, offices that have to interact together. That's the difficulty in grant funding. So if we're talking non-mandated services, that's again, decisions that you're going to have to make. Do you want to lose those funds to or maintain you want to lose those funds or you want to maintain them? The funds and the services. So it's a tough decision, but you're balancing your FTEs, you're balancing the cost of your building. If we had to sell buildings, where are you going to put people, right? So those are the things that we have to look at. Those grants will supply funding for a project, for personnel, but it doesn't go beyond that. And if it does, it's not adding anything to the county to provide for those services, right? We just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. That's how it's been going for years, which obviously we're happy to do, and we have been, but going forward, when you're looking at cuts across the whole county, those are decisions you have to make. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, it did, thank you. And so when we're looking at these, there's a lot of aspects to grants when you're taking a look at them. If we're going to be cutting positions, departments, or whatever, then there's a possibility we don't get the grants. Or we can't apply for the grants because some of them require revenue sharing or certain requirements to meet the grants. So there's money that we possibly could be losing out on, but yet we still may have to cut the department. So there's a lot of aspects to it, and I just wanted you to touch on it. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's a sad situation when you're looking at, the work that's been done around the county to get grants to provide services, and people are constantly looking to enhance, their operation. So losing that would be, I think, devastating, but something that, you're going to have to decide. It's not my place to make that decision. I'm giving you the information. That's what you have in these packets for you to start looking at that. But it's a loss. I will say we've had discussions this week related to our ARPA funds. That was money that saved the general fund, saved us from having to go from a millage. You have no idea how much work that was and has been. And we're still doing it in the final year of using those funds. And the work that we have to manage, 2 years, yes, the work that we have to manage in relationship to utilizing that for the bank drain. So that does not go without a lot of work. And the $5 million that we secured was work. Any other funding that we get, we're seeking funding. We're seeking funding to replace the animal control building. We're seeking funding for security changes here at the courthouse and infrastructure changes. So that's all great, but it comes with a lot of work and no additional staff to do that work, so, yeah.
And I'd like to, and I don't think Eric's here yet. But anyway, I was amazed that when it came to that Banks drain thing, that our county, Eaton County, our technology services, had information that the state of Michigan didn't even have. And I don't know who dug it up, Ben, whoever, you should stand up and take a bow.
It wasn't some of the information from technology was related to GIS, and John Merrick was able to, I don't know how he did the work, but it was amazing, and Ben worked with him. But he was able to take information in that changed what the makeup of the drain was, because there were properties that it was an old layer, right?
Yeah, it was a 2020 map, I think, when they started the initial planning, and then it missed a couple developments. And there were some other, not trying to come up with, allocating the geographic space of a drainage district is pretty tough stuff, and there's a lot of engineering work that goes into it. But we did come and we submitted, I want to say, a number of changes, quite a few. And I think it increased overall equity in the drainage district. So as they went for their final computation of costs, I know homeowners received an updated, revised amount of what they thought the cost would be for them. Part of that reflects the work that our team was able to do to catch a couple things to improve.
But
Thank you, team. Stand up, take a virtual bow.
stand up, Ben. Stand up, Ben. There you go. It was a lot of work,
It
yeah.
was a lot of work.
Mr.
And it
Chair,
still is.
one more thing I'd like to add. I want to thank staff for putting this together. This was a lot of work. And this is what we requested, and this is what we need to go forward. Now, if I was a college professor, I'd say study it because there's a test on it next time. So I know for some of us, or some have full-time jobs, and, you know, families are difficult. I'm going to be starting my busy season here, but we need to go through this for our people here, for the employees, so that we have our informed decisions, and we need to be diligent and look through this and study it, make notes, because it is up to us to make the decisions. It's not, like I said before, it's not controller, it's not staff. It is our responsibility. So thanks again. And I would add that I would suggest, Mr. Chair, that we come up with some kind of plan going forward for the next meeting so that staff is kind of aware and the employees here are aware that we're, you know, want to tackle this ahead of time, and so, because there's a lot of employees here that are wondering what's going to happen. So I would urge discussion about next steps.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, let's go to our last public comment. If anyone in the gallery would like to speak, come on up, state your name.
Hello again, still Chris Coleman, still captain with the Sheriff's Office. I forgot when I first came up, I forgot to thank the board for pushing this millage, keeping it going. Obviously, it's needed, and I want to thank you guys for doing that. You're doing what you can. It is not lost on us, definitely not lost on me. Costs, and more costs. That's what we've been talking about, and I get it. Technology, equipment, it's needed. Needed in our patrol cars, needed at the county, needed everywhere. What we're not speaking about a lot, Eric touched on it, is the demands of what's expected and required of our office and our deputies and our people. Body cameras, video, sensors, any type of equipment, less lethal options, training, storage, report creation. It's what society expects, especially in the last 10 years. They've demanded that of us. And I also forgot to give the disclaimer, I'm passionate, I'm not yelling at anybody. This just really means a lot to me. So getting back to it, it goes to transparency, right? All those things go to transparency. It goes to the professionalism and the work that we go out there and do and provide to our citizens that they deserve. So yes, we absolutely need those things. And what's being spewed out here and what's being talked about is all these costs, it's costing too much. The people out there pushing the patrol cars and putting their lives on the line have nothing to do with that, and yet they are the ones at stake. They're the ones that are gonna lose. They have nothing to do with it. They're just showing up and doing their job, and thank God that they do. Thank God that they do. Our office is currently trying to do better with social media. I hear this a lot. They're not transparent enough. They're not showing enough. They're showing so much now, they must be desperate. But let me tell you something. We are desperate. We're desperate for the community to know what they stand to lose. We're desperate for them to know exactly what they're gonna lose. So yeah, I'm desperate. I'm desperate to get that message out. I want people to know what this means. Not just to me as an employee or a resident, not just to our sheriff, not to our members, but the community as a whole. I am desperate for them to know that. We've always shared highlights of public safety meetings. People don't pay attention to that, or they don't want to talk about it. That's fine. That's fine. We could do better with social media. People want it, we'll give it to you. No problem. Again, back to the costs, taxes, millages, expenditures, having road patrol, animal control. First off, animal control. No one can duplicate that service. No one wants that service. No one wants to do it. They can't do it. It's costly. But let's not just think that it's about gathering loose dogs, getting a cat out of a tree. That's not what it's about. It's intensive. It is required by the ordinance. And honestly, it's a thoughtful mission that we provide. That's what that is. Duplicating it or finding someone else to do that, good luck. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it because we're going to depend on it as a community if this millage fails. I challenge that it's not just about the cost of equipment or personnel or legacy costs. It's not about just taxes or the millage. It's about what does it cost the community to not have it? That's the true cost we're talking about. Can we afford that cost of not having public safety? I, as a community member, no, I can't afford that cost. And nor do I want to, because I want my kids protected in their schools. I want my churches protected. I want the businesses protected. I want the motorists on the roadway that are visiting or living here protected. I want all of them protected, because that's what they deserve, and they deserve more. They deserve more than what we're giving them. That's what they deserve. We're here to serve. The cost of cutting our office, hardworking, dedicated people, it's going to have a dire effect on this community. You will see it in Delta. You will see it in the county. It's not something we can afford to pay. That cost is not something we can afford to pay. That's my belief. Let's just talk about some very recent events. Recent school threat in Bellevue. Our office was the first one there. We were the first ones there. We're a leader in this area in active violence and have been for years. The MSU shooting, we were there, helping run things and meeting with family members to tell them that their child was not going to go home that night. We were there. That's what we mean to this community, and we are a community. How about the carjacker and armed robber stretching from Delta to the City Grand Ledge a few weeks ago? That was us. We're the ones that got him. We are the ones. How about the school threat at Waverly Schools in the last week? That was our school resource deputy that initiated that response, and we were able to get that person outside of the school. That was us. Why don't we go a little bit further and talk about the person with a mental health crisis out in the county that was preparing to commit suicide? That was us that got there and saved him. Undoubtedly saved a life. Are we willing to give up that? Is that the cost we want to pay to not have those people there? The next day, the shooting in Raxang Township, the same sergeant and deputy that rescued that suicidal person took that person into custody. Same people. That's what we stand to lose. Dedicated, hardworking, best people I know. That is the cost. That is the true cost of this community. And it's not something that we can afford. How about right after that, the fire at the apartment complex in Delta Township? Guess who was there first? Delta Township deputies running into a building full of smoke, evacuating elderly people, evacuating dozens of people from that building. That's what we do. We show up. And we do it under these circumstances that are less than ideal, as you know. They might not have a job in a few weeks, few months. They're still there. They're still showing up. And I thank them for answering that call. Figuratively and literally, I thank them for answering that call. I can go on and on about the instances where our office makes a difference. It's a daily thing. You guys know. I'm not just here speaking to you. I'm speaking to those who might see it, who might listen, who might wear the same uniform and badge as me. They do it every single day, and that's all they want to do. They want to continue to. They want to continue to serve. That is their mission. That is our mission. I want to thank again the hardworking members of our office, the dedication and desire in the face of the unknown. I appreciate them. I appreciate you guys, and you have nothing but my absolute support here and outside of this room. Thank you guys again.
Anyone else?
Hi, that's a hard act to follow. Wow, that was great. Thank you. I feel the same. County Controller Sobey said today, what do we want our county to look like? I can't imagine a county without the sheriff's excellent road patrol. I just can't imagine it. I've lived here all my life, worked here in this building since 1989. I cannot stand the thought of our home county not having a road patrol, not having a fully staffed prosecutor's office. People are going to find out how valuable they are if this goes down, because I just can't imagine what this county is going to look like. Right down to animal control. When I lived on a farm and dogs were running and killed all our sheep and chickens, animal control was there. The bloody mess that was there, and they found and took care of that problem. I mean, I could give you a lot of instances to the emu that was in 79, ran over to our property. they're so valuable. All the teams are, and I just can't imagine that people want this county to be without those services. Is this my home county? Do I want to be here if it's going to be like that? I'm so worried about it. And I also want to say thank you for your service as commissioners, because it's a really tough job. I know what you've signed up for and what you're going to have to do, because I've watched previous teams have to do it. And all the offices are still suffering from the 2008 cuts. Most of us have some PTSD about that, because we lost valuable people that were positions that were never replaced. So it's going to be tough. And then we went through it again in 2017. So I don't envy you. We've been asked to do more with less for a long, long time. And I can speak from the heart on that one. We've done our best, and we're working together to try to find other ways. But I need you to know what great administration this county has. We are never going to have another administrator who cares as much as Controller Sobey. I can say that with surety, because I've known her probably longer than anybody here, maybe anybody watching. I started the year after she did, in 1989, and I've watched her care about this county. She is always the first car in the parking lot. I've never seen it. If I did, I'd be worried. She's here in the early, early morning hours, and you can tell by watching her and her team how much she cares about this county. It's evident. And when she says 27, or when anybody says she's 24/7, that's literal. She is always on and always working for this county. So the disinformation out there really disappoints me. I wish they would come talk to me or you or the controller's office and listen to the other side. I've been here, I've watched it, and I know what the truth is. And I want to thank Connie's staff for helping to support her in her mission. They're amazing. They're 24/7 too, and you won't find better public servants than them. So thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon, Darius Rainette, Eaton County Treasurer. I just want to make my support known for this public safety millage. I can contest that there is not much to cut, that we are under serious financial problems. And also that we are very blessed to have people like the Controller's Office and my staff and the Sheriff's Department and Prosecutors Department. They're dedicated professionals doing more with less. Recently, my staff has volunteered ways to save money, such as sending out email notices for license renewals rather than sending out mailing. That's not going to contribute much in the broad scheme of things, but they're coming up with those ideas. I've given up a printer that I don't use. We're looking at other things like that. Most recently, my office is working on switching sides with the clerk's office so that she can save potentially some money that way, bring more consolidation. That leads to disruption, but that's okay. We're willing to do those things. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll close that portion. And we will move on to, are we going to discuss another meeting date at this time?
We will have the next Ways and Means Committee meeting, and then we have a second budget workshop meeting, May, well, no, there's May 25th, something like that. Look at your calendar.
So they're on our calendar.
So, yeah, they are on the calendar. Those, the ones that I think, we'll bring the budget. It is the 30th for sure? Okay, yeah.
No, I'm kidding.
So, yeah, those meetings like the one today are very dedicated meetings that you're able to engage more, right? Because if you have a full agenda and get to it by the end of the agenda. It's a lot. You've already digested a lot of just regular business, so having the dedicated meetings are important. The one on the 30th, I would say, I think for the sanity of the employees, that's when decisions need to be made. You need to give notice. You need to let them know if, I mean, I know we're going to work through it, but they need to know if there's a possibility of a position being eliminated, an entire operation being eliminated. So the earlier we can do that, we have a budget through September 30. The earlier we can do that for them, the better off we are. So if the 30th could be some decision-making, I think that would be best.
All right. Okay, thank you. Well, at this point then, we are now adjourned.
Just
Excuse
one
me,
thing.
we have a question?
Can we, for the commissioners that were not here, can we get an email out to them to have them come pick this up?
Yes.
So, because they need this.
Yes.
We all do. So,
Yep.
yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we have our homework assignment before us. So I would suggest you try to read that before lunch. So, anyway, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.